Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. We're going to hear now from President Biden. He was speaking to union leaders in the city of Chicago, talking about a whole host of issues, but also inflation as well. Here's President Biden.
Two things. Number one, the only reason I stand here as your President of the United States of America is because of the IBEW came on with me earlier. And secondly, is Delaware in the House? Anybody from Delaware? Holler loudly, man, because I want to see you after this is over. Folks, please sit down. Please sit down. Well, Lonnie, I want to thank you. You're a dear friend and one of the great leaders of labor in our time. I mean that. You've been there every time. I also want to thank the IBEW leaders, Kenneth Cooper, Chris Erickson, Paul Noble, and as I said early on, the IBEW was with me when I was a kid running for the Senate in Delaware, and some of them are back there somewhere. And I'm also proud of our Secretary of Labor, a card-carrying union member, Marty Walsh, fighting for union and worker power every day. But I only have one problem. Sometimes I can't understand him. He talks about cows and cow bonds and all that kind of thing. I wonder what he's talking about sometimes. He's the best, man. If you got me in a foxhole, we want him with you. And folks, there's an expression where I come from. You go home with them that brought you to the dance. You all brought me to the dance. And I mean it. I said it early on that I was going to be the most pro-labor union president we've ever had. For a simple reason. You allow workers to maintain their dignity. You allow them to hold their heads up high. I mean it. It's a lot more than just what you do in terms of their paychecks and their benefits, but it's about their dignity. My dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your place in the community. It's about, and I swear to God, what he'd say. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, everything's going to be okay. Well, the union movement in the United States of America is the primary reason why that happened. The primary reason why that happened. And folks, look, there's so much. We've done a lot, but so much more to do. So the basic thing is, first of all, thank you for your support. Thank you. About a year ago, you literally built this country. Every investment banker in America go on strike. Not a whole hell of a lot happening. But guess what? If you all went on strike nationwide, the country shut down. Shut down. You've heard it 1,000 times when I was running for office. 1,000 times. The middle class built this country. Your plan was to build this economy around you. From the middle up to the bottom down, to the bottom up. I'm so sick and tired of trickle-down economics. It only trickles to a few people. When the middle class does well, the poor go way up, and the wealthy do just fine. As I said, Wall Street didn't build this country. The middle class did, and unions built the middle class. Not labor, unions built the middle class. With their help, we're seeing the strongest job creation in modern times. We inherited an economy on the brink of a Great Depression. Millions of people losing their jobs, losing their homes, but even more importantly, losing hope. Look at the economy today. 8.3 million jobs in my first 15 months in office, a record. The unemployment rate now stands at 3.6%. The fastest decline in unemployment at the start of any president's term on record. Jobs and companies are coming home again. We're making Buy America a reality, not just a slogan. Look, folks, our economy's gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, it started with my American Rescue Plan. Because we had the best year of state and local job growth in 20 years. We gave governors, great governors like the one in this state, we gave them a whole lot of money. We added back 460,000 jobs. Critical state and local workers, educators, firefighters, police officers. This includes a record 279,000 education jobs in 2021 because they didn't have the tax base to be able to hire them. The American Rescue Plan provided eviction relief, funding for states and cities to allocate to landlords and renters, helping them keep a roof over their heads, 5 million households. Remember those long lines you see on the television? People lining up all kinds of vehicles just to get a box of food in their trunk. How quickly we forget? People were hurting. And what did the MAGA crowd want to do? Forget it. Forget it. God, this is the United States of America. The idea that people would have to wait in line an hour, hour and a half to get a box of food in their trunk. It's just unbelievable. You know, the American Rescue Plan helped 41 million people put food on the table. 41 million. The money in the pockets of hard-working Americans through no fault of their own were in trouble. Giving families what my dad called just a little bit of breathing room. And now, not only is infrastructure weak, finally arrived after 4 years of the other guy, we can look forward to an infrastructure decade for 10 years. It's a fact. I know you're all over the country. And the projects are coming to you. It's not just 3 years in the next decade. 10 years. Here in Illinois alone, there are over 6,000 miles of highway, 2,300 bridges in poor condition. This year alone, Illinois received $1.9 billion in highway funding for roads and bridges, $297 million dedicated to funding for bridges that are in disrepair. You know, I was going to Pittsburgh a couple months ago. Earlier, I like Pittsburgh, man. But I was going to Pittsburgh a couple months ago to speak. And as I got there, a bridge going over a culvert looked like about 200 yards long. And about at the top, probably 120 feet from the little creek below. Totally collapsed. Totally collapsed. Thank God. One of the only things that the COVID crisis did was their kids weren't in school, otherwise there'd be hundreds of kids in school buses going across there at the time. This is the United States of America. The idea we have bridges that are collapsing and are about to collapse, I really mean it, it just drives me crazy to think about it. And folks, look, Mary Lightfoot talked about how Chicago has lead service pipes, more lead service pipes for drinking water than any other city in America, affecting nearly 400,000 Chicago homes. And guess what? That lead causes brain damage, particularly kids in those pipes. The law's going to fix that, because every American deserves to be able to turn on a spigot and drink clean water. Nationwide, 10 million homes. Because of the bipartisan infrastructure law, we announced nearly $3 billion to modernize more than 300 airports across all 50 states, just like this year. Chicago airports are going to receive just this year nearly $100 million that can be used to improve runways. You may remember, if you're from New York City, when I was vice president, I landed there to meet with a group to go in and speak to a union convention. Came back out to LaGuardia, and when I was in there, I said, I walked into the terminal, and there was a sign, one of the escalators wasn't working. It's God's truth. I looked up the escalator and said, "Will be fixed in 1 month." One of the finest cities in all America, and you have a sign saying it's going to take a month to fix an escalator. So I made a comment about that at the union I spoke to, and the group I spoke with. And it made it instant news. Biden was criticizing. Here's what I said. I said, if I took you to an airport, blindfolded you, put you in an airport in Beijing and one in New York, and I said to you, where are you, Beijing or New York? You would have thought the Beijing airport was an American airport with no one in it. Not a joke. And guess what? As I went back to get an Air Force Two, I'm standing there and I get out of the vehicle and I'm on the runway, and there's 9 guys and 2 women with their yellow, bibs on it, work at the airport. I thought, oh God, I'm not going to get up on the train, up on the plane. You know what they said? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And guess what? They ended up investing almost $1 billion in the airport. And it works. This is the United States of America. We used to have the finest infrastructure in the world. We were rated number 1 in the world. We're now rated number 14. The United States of America. Why? I would argue because of the greed of the folks at the top, not wanting to get things done. But folks, look, we've announced $5 billion, including $615 billion this year alone. So the IBW can get to work building a national network, 500,000 charging stations all across America. And guess what? This guy here is part of the reason. Not a joke. He won't remember this, but I met with all the heads of the CEOs of the major car companies. And you may remember General Motors back then when I first got elected was suing California because they said they had a higher standard for emissions than other states and that they couldn't have a local standard higher than the federal standard. And so I talked to Mary Barry, and about 2 weeks later she called me and said, we're dropping our suit. We're dropping our suit. And I listened, she said, we're going to go all electric by 2035. Guess what? 500,000 charging stations are going to have to be built to rebuild these things. And I think this guy's partially to blame. Look, for the 20 billion or so, IBW workers to modernize our electric grid, building large and more resilient transmission lines that can withstand storms, get new clean energy to our homes. Think about it, folks. Who the hell did you crazy guys climb up poles in the middle of a storm and try to replace a generator? No, I'm serious. I'm genuinely serious. People don't get it. You have to let people know more what you actually do. We're investing $65 billion so that highly skilled and certified IBEW members can deliver affordable, high-speed internet everywhere. Rural, urban, suburban. Just this week, I announced that 40 million low-income Americans from families of four earning less than $55,000 a year will get high-speed internet installed in their homes for free. 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 And we're working out with internet companies. Nearly 40% of households in America will qualify. We can't be a country where a mother has to drive up to a McDonald's parking lot in the evening with her child just so he can get on the internet to do his homework. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. And what this means to all of you is good-paying union jobs. Jobs you can raise a family on. Jobs that can't be outsourced. This law is about more than rebuilding infrastructure. It's also about rebuilding the middle class. As I said, unions built the middle class. And that's why we made sure the infrastructure law includes significant labor protections. For example, the overwhelming majority of the funds included in the law are subject to Davis-Bacon requirements. So folks rebuilding our country can earn a prevailing wage. Look, it's why we're strongly encouraging grantees and interest funding to use project labor agreements to ensure the workers building the major projects are well-trained, highly skilled, and have a voice at the work site. That's why I continue to call on Congress to fully and finally pass the PRO Act, which makes it easier for workers to organize a union. You know, I'm not just saying this to be pro. You're not saying this because I'm pro-America. Look, when Congress passed the National Labor Relations Act in 1935, it didn't just say we should allow unions. Everybody forgot this for a long time. What it said is, we, the federal government, should encourage unions and collective bargaining. That's what it said. There was a reason for that. Let's be clear for our Republican friends. You can't say you're for working people and vote against the PRO Act It's not consistent. Look, you all know why this matters. Union members get higher wages, better benefits and health insurance, paid leave, protections against discrimination and harassment, and safer and healthier workplaces. But there's another reason. Workers join unions to gain power. That's what it's about. The only way to match power is with power. It's the only way it can be done. You can't count on the good graces of major corporations to decide they're going to help. Power is needed to be exerted to deal with power. Power over decisions that affect your lives. Unions provide, in one word, democracy. Rebuilding America with a union labor is also smart for business. This is the point I make, why do I not get any arguments from CEOs? Smart for business, why? When union workers are on the job, projects are completed efficiently and professionally, and they ultimately save money. For folks at home, maybe you're not in a union, or no one is in a union, but know this, it's hard work. You gotta earn it. Ask a journeyman electrician. Anyone journeyman electrician here today? I'm serious, think about this. When you guys got to talk, with all due respect, you gotta talk more about this. The fact is, it takes 4 to 5 years as an apprentice. 8,000 hours of training. Now, granted, you get paid while you're doing it. But the power goes out in the storm. Why do you think? Who climbs up that pole? All the snow and the rain are still coming down. Union workers, the best workers in the world, you're the most. This is not, again, I'm not trying to be nice to you all. I mean this sincerely. Why, if you have the capacity, would you not hire a union worker, whatever the job is, not just IBW, a union worker, to do the job? Seriously. We all talk about you go to college for 4 years. Well, guess what? When you got to be an apprentice, it takes 5 years to get your apprentice to go through the program. You get the hell and you're working like hell. That's why you're the most qualified people in the world. Not just here in the world. We're beginning to see the effects of unions and the impact on everything from what you see going on in Ukraine right now. Our stuff has been falling apart. Theirs is. Theirs is. No, I'm serious. So folks, the quality of work is good for the American taxpayer. We're not costing the American taxpayers money, we're saving them money. No, you guys don't say this enough, quite frankly. If you don't mind my saying so, all the family here, you don't say it enough. It's good for families in every neighborhood where infrastructure projects are underway. Look, but here's the deal. Building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out doesn't happen by itself. For example, I know folks are concerned about inflation. I come from a family, and I mean this sincerely like most of you, where the price of gasoline went up significantly, the price of food went up. That's what we talked about at the dinner table and the kitchen table. It meant a lot. We felt it. We felt it. I understand. That's why I've got a plan to lower the cost of everyday things and make most people who work to have, who need. And that would fundamentally change the standard of living if we just made things more affordable. There's more than one way to deal with the impact on a family than what we're doing when we're going to beat inflation. But beyond that, it's all about quality of life. You know, remember my dad used to say, if he had an opportunity, my dad, I guess, made back in the late 60s, he probably made the equivalent of $20,000 a year. It wasn't a bad salary, but it wasn't great. He had 4 kids. And if someone came along and said to my dad, I can guarantee that your salaries are going to go up $500 a year every year for the next 10 years, or we can make sure your kid can go to college with a lot cheaper than it costs now. I can make sure your cost of electricity and energy in your home is down, not up. I can make sure that you're going to be in a position where you're going to have a roads in front of the house are going to be paved. What do you ask for? My dad would say, all the rest relates to my standard of living. That's what middle-class folks are concerned about. And not being embarrassed in front of their kids when they can't do something that they know they should be able to do for them. I really mean it. Again, gets back to a word that's probably overused in my house. As my grandfather would say, maybe it's the Irish of it, the word dignity. The simple dignity. And so there's so many things we can do that don't do anything other than make the country better and don't cost taxpayers more money if we just decide to be fair and everybody begin to pay their fair share. Look, folks, you know, example of my plan would be to let Medicare negotiate the price of prescription drugs like the Department of Veterans Affairs does. We say to the companies that are the drug companies, we're only going to pay X number of dollars for the following thing. If you don't want to do that, we're not going to buy any of your drugs. Well, since you got thousands of people and when you're talking millions of people, they say, okay. But here's the deal, going back to this idea, just making sure we have basic dignity. You know, putting a cap on the price of insulin. Many of you have children, or maybe some of you have type 2 diabetes. People with type 2 diabetes need their insulin shots. Need them. It's not like an option. Not like an option. Well, guess what? It costs the drug companies $10. Hear me? $10 to make that insulin. And counting in all the research and development they did to get to that point. Yet you know what the average cost of insulin for a month for a type 2 diabetic is? There's 200,000 kids out there who have type 2 diabetes. The average cost is $640 a month. Now what the hell do you do as a mom or a dad if you don't have private insurance and you don't have coverage? Not only do you look at your child, I mean this sincerely from the bottom of my heart. You look at your child, and not only do you worry about where they're going to live, because you got to divide up what little you have and maybe stretch it out. What do you think it does to you as a parent looking at your child? Talk about being deprived of your personal dignity. What the hell are we doing? Why? Think of the difference it would make for millions of Americans struggling every single month to afford insulin for their child. Take child care. In a city like this, or in major cities in America, it costs about $14,000 a year per child who's not school age. I remember, I was 29 years old. You guys helped get me elected to the United States Senate. I wasn't old enough to be sworn in. I was down in Washington interviewing staff before I was sworn in. I got a phone call from the first responders in my state. Said, you got to come home, there's been an accident. And so what happened is a tractor trailer broadside of your wife's car and 3 kids while they're Christmas shopping. And the poor young woman they put on the phone to tell me said, your wife's dead, your daughter's dead, and your boys are really hurt. So I went home, obviously. And I didn't want to stay in the Senate. Want no part of it. But because of some really fine men, 1 Republican and 5 Democrats, they convinced me that, well, Joe, just come and stay 6 months, help us organize. Show how smart I was. We had elected 58 Democrats, and a Democratic governor in my state that would have appointed a Democrat. So I said, okay, I thought I had to go because to help. Well, one of the things I found out was how am I going to take care of my 2 little boys? Almost 3 and almost 4. I couldn't afford daycare. I couldn't afford child care. Not a joke. I was making $42,000 a year, which was a lot of money as a U.S. Senator. I couldn't afford it. Thank God I got a big family. My dad would say families that begin in the middle and the end. My sister moved in, I bought an old farmhouse. My brother was single, moved in, took a barn and turned it into an apartment. Every morning I'd drive to the train station and drop my kids off at my mom's. I had a lot of help, but it made me realize, how about that single woman with a high school education or less, 2 little kids, with that dad? How in God's name they can make it? And yet, how can they go to work? The point being that if we just said anyone a family making under 120 grand a year would not have to pay more than 7% of their income for child care, we cut in half the cost of child care on a yearly basis, making it even much easier for a whole lot of people to be able to work. We put over 200,000 women back in the job market who are leaving only because they can't afford child care. Folks, imagine what that would mean to the standard of living for a household. Folks, there's no reason why we shouldn't get a tax credit for weatherizing your homes. Make it more efficient to buy electric vehicles. My plan does that. I met with nearly a dozen CEOs of America's largest utility companies. Literally a dozen of them came to see me. They confirmed that we passed the investments allowing families to, if they weatherize their homes, to write it off a tax credit. It will immediately lower the bills of these families of an average of $500 a year. We can do these things without making a lot of sacrifices. We just ask the large corporations, the wealthiest Americans, just to begin to pay part of their fair share in taxes. No one making less, no one making under $400,000 a year, I promise you, will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. I said that at the beginning, and I've kept that commitment. Meanwhile, right now, the average billionaire, there's about 790 of them or so in America. You know what their average tax rate is? 8%, EIGHT. 8%. Now, in federal taxes, when most of you are likely paying 2 to 3 times that much. No billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a teacher, a firefighter, electrician, a cop. No, I mean it. And they shouldn't be paying 90% either. We just move the tax rate back to 39%, we'd have enough money to pay for all these things. For them. For people making tens of millions of dollars. This is about fairness. It's about dignity. It's about fiscal responsibility. My Republican colleagues say these programs to help the working class and middle class people, they say that's why we have inflation. They're dead wrong. Under my predecessor, the great MAGA king, the deficit increased every single year he was president. The first year of my presidency, the first year, I reduced the deficit, literally reduced the deficit by $350 billion. First year. And this year, we're on track to cut the federal deficit by $1.5 trillion, the biggest decline in debt ever in American history. It matters to families, because reducing the deficit is one of the main ways we can ease inflationary pressures. But pay close attention. I believe in bipartisanship. Right now, the majority of our Republican friends just see things differently. They don't want to solve inflation by lowering the cost. They want to solve it by raising taxes and lowering your income. Now, you think I'm making this up. If I didn't see the actual document, I'd think I was making it up. I think it's good. A good thing when American families have more money in their pockets. American workers deserve a raise. All this concern, American wages went up 5%. Oh my God. I thought that we were supposed to see happen. Republicans in Congress have proposed a plan that will make working families, American families, poorer. Now, I'm not usually just discreet about my Republican friends. I get along with a lot of them, used to anyway. But Senator Rick Scott, a Republican from Florida, laid out a plan in writing. It's called I call it the Ultimate MAGA plan. Make America Great Again plan. It's in writing. Here's what it does. It raises taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom earn less than $100,000 a year in a combined income. It would raise taxes by nearly $1,500 per family. It's all writing. Go online. They got it backwards. I propose a minimum tax for billionaires, but congressional Republicans have proposed a minimum tax for teachers, firefighters, and electricians. And while on this, 55 of the Fortune 500 companies in 2020, 55 of them paid zero in federal taxes after making $40 billion. $40 billion. Zero in federal taxes. You didn't write. I propose a minimum tax for corporations that asks them to pay their fair share in taxes. Senator Scott's plan lets them off, no pun intended, scot-free. I want to strengthen Social Security benefits to make folks who've worked their whole lives and paid into it be sure they have it. I want to give Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. I want states to continue to expand Medicaid. And the ultra-MAGA Republicans proposal puts, here's what it does. It puts Social Security, Medicare, this is the Republican plan now, the only one out there, and Medicaid on the chopping block every 5 years. Here's how it works. Their plan explicitly states that every 5 years it will require a vote on whether or not to continue each of these programs. Republicans in Congress want to put Medicare's very existence up for a vote every 5 years. Same with Social Security and Medicaid. Now really ask yourself, how are you going to sleep at night knowing that every 5 years, everything you paid into may not be there? No, this is serious. The MAGA Republicans are going to vote on whether you'll have Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid, and what amount you get. Every 5 years it's reconsidered. Now, I have to admit, it's unlikely they'll vote Social Security totally out of existence. But what do you think they're likely to do if this were to pass? I've been in Congress a long time. I'm pretty good at what I did in Congress. I guarantee what they do every 5 years, they'll hold hostages to get their way. They'll say, if in fact you don't vote for this particular thing, we're going to cut Social Security, we're going to cut Medicaid, we're going to cut whatever. The idea you'd have to renegotiate Social Security every 5 years, I mean, this is in writing. Look it up. You know, they're going to say, if you don't stop investing in clean energy, because we don't like it, we don't think there's global warming, we're going to cut the following. Folks, it's not who we are. So we've got to keep fighting for an economy that's about fairness, dignity, and opportunity. That's about America. About America. And folks, you know, my mother used to say, everything bad, Joey, something good will happen if you look hard enough for it. So let me close with this. Last month, I visited the main airport in Portland, Oregon, which is undergoing major renovations being funded by the bipartisan infrastructure law. I met a woman named Lauren, IBW Local 48. She came up to me and she shared what the job meant to her. How she grew up poor, was raised by a single mom. How she bounced around in different careers until she became an apprentice with the IBW. She's put in her years and the thousands of hours she needs to put in to become a journeyman electrician. Lauren told me that the airport will symbolize the crown jewel of the Pacific Northwest, but will also symbolize something else, a better life. A better life for an IBEW member. It means fairness and dignity in the workplace. And it'll be a symbol for a better America because the IBEW is just getting started. Folks, I promise you that I am the most pro-union president in American history because I know this. And Christ of America always counts on you. So you can count on me to keep fighting for you. Keep going. Keep going. Keep the faith. God bless you all and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
morning. Today we are honored to have with us special guests focused on highlighting Joe Biden's border crisis. We have Tom Homan, who is a constituent of my district, former ICE director, Mark Morgan, former Customs and Border Patrol Commissioner, Brandon Judd, president of the National Border Patrol Council, Derek Maltz, a retired DEA special agent. Today's special guests, as I mentioned, discussed our crisis at the southern border with the House Republican Conference. And make no mistake, this is an invasion. We also have with us here today our whip, Steve Scalise, Congressman Chip Roy, who was instrumental in preparing this briefing today, and Congressman Tony Gonzalez, who has hosted numerous delegation visits of Republicans to the southern border. I recently participated with Leader McCarthy on one of those recent visits to the southern border in Congressman Gonzalez's district. We met with local elected officials, business leaders, ranchers, and community members, and importantly, law enforcement officers on the border. They told us about the devastating impacts that Joe Biden's border crisis has had on their communities and on their families. When we met with Border Patrol agents on the front lines, they said that this crisis will get even worse with the Biden administration's catastrophic plan to lift Title 42. And this isn't just a problem or crisis for districts in Texas or along our southern border. We're also feeling this crisis in states like New York, in my home congressional district. Make no mistake, every state is a border state, every district is a border district. You see, I represent Border Patrol families in the North Country in New York. Some of these agents have been transferred from the northern border to the southern border over and over and over again, taking these hardworking officers away from their families and leaving our northern border understaffed. Law enforcement all across the country are also seeing skyrocketing fentanyl overdoses from the lethal fentanyl flooding across Joe Biden's open southern border. This is an unthinkable tragedy affecting families everywhere. These are heartbreaking stories of loss of life. House Republicans remain committed to holding Democrats accountable for this catastrophic failure. You do not have a country if you do not have secure borders. I would like to pass it on to our first special guest, Tom Homan, former director of ICE, again, who's a constituent from New York's 21st Congressional District. Tom.
Hey, thanks for being here. Look, I started my career as a Border Patrol in 1984. I'm the oldest guy up here. But I spent 35 years enforcing immigration law. I want to say this. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for came into office and wanted to secure the border because they realized a secure border protected our national security. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured the most secure border we ever had. This is just not an immigration crisis anymore. It's just not a public health and public safety crisis anymore. This is a national security crisis. We have recorded over 700,000 gotaways since he came into office. They've arrested 42 people on the terror screening database. Terrorists don't want to be arrested. They evade law enforcement. So if they arrested 42, how many of the 700,000 came to this country to do us harm that got away? They weren't fingerprinted, they weren't arrested. We had no biographic information. They weren't vetted. That just scared the hell out of every American. Border Patrol's arrested people from 161 countries. Many of these countries sponsor terrorism. If anybody's going to sit there and say, I don't think a single one of that 700,000 came here to do us harm, then you're ignorant. This is a national security issue. For the first time in my life, I've never been more concerned about the safety and security of this nation than I am right now. And they did it on purpose. It's time the American people stand up and demand we secure the border. It's time people stand up and demand the Secretary of Homeland Security actually tell the truth under oath. When he says the border is secure and they have operational control, talk to the men and women of the Border Patrol. They have lost operational control of our southern border. This country no longer can contain what comes across that border. The numbers speak for themselves. We're in trouble. And I look for the leadership, the people stand behind me, Lise, to take this. We got to take this. We got to do a fight. We got to fight for the future of this country. We are in trouble, and it scares the hell out of me.
We will next go to Congressman Tony Gonzalez, as I said, who has hosted numerous delegations of House Republicans to the southern border.
Thank you, Elise. I want to start by first thanking the House Republican leadership. Whip Scalise and Chairwoman Stefanik, who were just down at the border in Eagle Pass. Eagle Pass isn't an easy place to get to. Leader McCarthy was there as well. We had a delegation of 10 folks. Chip Roy, Congressman Roy was there as well. Many trips that we have taken to the border. I want to thank the leadership, because we're talking about the border. Because in my district, we feel it every single day. And a lot of times, people will come up to Washington and they will whine. They will complain about all the things that are wrong, and they will blame it on the White House. They blame it on Trump or someone else. We're not doing that. You know, Congress is an equal branch of government, and we have a plan. And this isn't a Republican issue. It isn't a Democrat issue. It's an American issue, and it starts right here in Congress. It starts right here in the House of Representatives. And I think it starts by keeping Title 42 around. We're going to see, you know, how committed are the Democrats to ensuring Title 42 stays around. What happens if Title 42 goes away? This is what happens. In my district, this weekend, it was 102 degrees. Imagine being smuggled in a trunk and having to travel hundreds of miles in a trunk, 102 degrees. Imagine being smuggled in a train boxcar, right? People, these folks that are coming over illegally are being treated like cattle. And they shouldn't be a political football. This should be about one thing. It should be about helping the American people, ensuring that our border is safe. And that starts here in Congress, not the White House. This is the people's house, not Pelosi. It starts here in Congress. And it'll be interesting to see, will House Democrats join the House Republicans to ensure that Title 42 stays around, because a lot is at stake. I want to turn it over to former Commissioner Mark Morgan.
Thank you, Congressman. Look, I want to echo something Tom Holman said. We have to start being honest with American people that the crisis on our southwest border is about one thing and one thing only: our national security. But border security is synonymous with national security. And here's another false premise that this administration and open border advocates are trying to get the American people to believe, that somehow this is about immigration. It's not. It's about border security. But here's the facts. When you open your borders up to receiving the highest levels of illegal immigration that we've seen in our lifetime, what happens to our border? Well, you don't have to listen to me. Let's listen to the Border Patrol agents that are on the line. We hear them all the time use terms like broken arrow. That phrase is used when your last line of defense have become overwhelmed, meaning we have literally handed our southwest border over to the cartels. And what happens when we overwhelm our system with illegal immigration, the highest levels that we've seen in our lifetime? We have some areas, 50, 60, up to 80% of Border Patrol resources are pulled off the front line, pulled off their national security job to be nothing more than travel agencies for the illegal aliens. That leaves large areas of our border wide open, unpatrolled, unmanned, and unsecured, directly affecting our national security. Tom Holman talked about the almost 750,000 gotaways because our borders are wide open. Think about that. That's more than the entire population of the state of Vermont that have broken into our country illegally and evaded apprehension. And we know, here's a fact that you will not hear from this administration. We know there are very bad people among the 750,000. Did I say they were all bad? No, but that's what they'll say that we're telling people. That's not true. But we have to face reality. There are some really bad people among the 750,000. There are rapists, there are murderers, there are pedophiles, there are aggravated felons, there are gang members. And as Tom Holman said, how many illegal aliens on the FBI's terror screen database are among the 750,000? We have to wake up, and we have to start talking this in terms that this is about border security, which is synonymous with national security. And I feel privileged today to be able to talk to the conference, and I am confident that if we can get the right individuals in Congress that know that we should start talking about America, what is in the best interest of American citizens. We know that over 100,000 Americans died from a drug overdose in a 12-month period, and we know that 95% of the fentanyl that kills more adults from 18 to 25 than anything else comes from the southwest border. It's time we start being honest with the American people, and it's time we start framing this about the issue it is. It's about border security, and it's about national security. And with that, you're going to hear a little bit more about the drugs. I'm honored to hand it over to Derek Maltz, who's a retired special agent with the DEA.
Thank you, Mark. So President Biden said that the drug crisis is an unusual and extraordinary threat to the U.S. national security. So the question is, Mr. President, then why the hell is the border wide open? You heard from the experts on the Border Patrol, Department of Homeland Security, ICE, and now you've got to look at the families that are waking up every day. 293 dead kids every day. Every 5 minutes, some kid is dying. Ohio State University last week, pre-med student, thought she was taking an Adderall pill, and it had poisonous fentanyl coming from these filthy, dirty labs in Mexico right over the border. Now, the issue is not a red or a blue issue. It's a red, white, and blue issue. And Congress has to unite all Americans to continue to fight for the families. Look at some of the statistics. The sheriff in Orange County, California, has revealed that over the last 5 years, there's been a 2,200% increase in fentanyl-related deaths in California. In his county, over 1,700%. Just talk to the morgues as bodies are backing up. But most important, and why I am here today, is to support the families that have no voice because nobody's talking about this problem. Where the hell is the border czar? Where is she? We have a crisis at the border, and she was directed to fix it. She doesn't even go there. She doesn't talk about it. What do you think the families are feeling in America when they have nobody even talking about it as they see their 14-year-old kid dead at the computer in the bedroom because they just ordered one pill that was fake on Snapchat or Instagram or social media? The last thing I'm going to say is I think the DEA administrator, Ann Milgram, said it right. Last year alone, the DEA seized enough fentanyl to kill every American. So what the hell are we doing? This is unacceptable. We need to put the politics aside and fight for the American citizens. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Congressman Chip Roy, who's been an extreme advocate for the families, and I thank him for that.
Thanks, sir. I want to thank Chairwoman Stefanik and the leadership for putting this together, and I want to thank all of these warriors in defense of our country for your service to our country. And I'm just a warm-up act for Brandon here in a second. But look, I live in Texas. How many of our kids and how many Americans have to die? It's extraordinary. The CDC just put out a report that the 21 numbers are now 107,000, a 15% increase. We've got the DEA putting out warnings of mass deaths from fentanyl. China producing it, cartels running it up through our southern border. It takes 8 months for Mayorkas to respond to our request last August about how many terrorists are coming into our country, and then they finally say, well, there's 42 on the list. Almost 500 known gang members. That's on the people, by the way, that are apprehended, which are basically people that are coming across the border and turning themselves in. We're not talking about the gotaways. We're not talking about the people that we don't know who they are, who are the ones who are actually trying to evade the law. How many of y'all have done ride-alongs with Border Patrol down in the Rio Grande Valley or down along in Laredo or anywhere in Texas or on the border? How many of y'all sat down at the Rio Grande and met a migrant coming across the river? Have you done that? Have you looked into their eyes? Have you talked to them to understand what's actually going on? The danger that they're in? The fact that they're being used by cartels? And this administration and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle cynically allow that in the false name of compassion to occur. And it's the false name of compassion. Open borders. Go down and talk to the ranchers who find dead bodies on the ranches. Like you say that and you gloss over it and we'll go on. This will be a 5-second clip in some news hit tonight. But Americans and migrants both are suffering. They're dying. All for what? It's a inexcusable breach of the law. The law requires that the border be secured and that we have operational control. The Secretary of Homeland Security brazenly lied under oath to the American people, saying that he and this administration have operational control of the border in the House Judiciary Committee. He lied. He's telling the American people a lie. And they are supposed to detain under the law. And he has no excuse for non-detention. And as a result of his actions and the president's actions, people are dying, including American citizens and migrants. We're here to stand up for the forgotten Americans right now who are taking it on the chin, and we're actually standing up for migrants who are being abused in the false name of compassion. We're not going to continue to stand by while this country is invaded. And that is what is occurring. Empowering cartels, harming Americans, and harming migrants because of this administration's purposeful actions. And we're not. Not going to stand by and allow that to continue to happen. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brandon Judd.
Thank you, Congressman. What we see today is not humane. What we see today on the border is not compassion. What we're seeing today is we're seeing the empowerment of rich transnational criminal organizations that prey and victimize innocent women and children. We're seeing today an administration that is encouraging policies or enacting policies that are encouraging women and children to put themselves in the hands of some of the most dangerous human beings that exist on the earth today. These people rape, abuse, and at times murder women and children. And it's because this administration's policies are allowing these cartels to go into nations around the world and advertise their services. They tell these people, give me a couple $1,000s and I will get you to the United States-Mexico border. And when you cross the border illegally, you will be rewarded. You will be allowed into the United States. You will be given a de facto legal status. You will then be able to get jobs, put your children in school, and have all of the benefits that exist here in the United States. No wonder people in record numbers today are coming across our borders. No wonder this crisis continues to get bigger and bigger every single month. And it is strictly based upon policies, and it's under the guise of compassion. It is not compassionate, what we are seeing today. The rule of law is what keeps us safe. The rule of law is part of what made this country the greatest nation on earth. And if we enforce the rule of law, we put these transnational organizations out of business. Women and children will no longer be abused by these organizations if we simply follow the rule of law. With that, I'm going to turn the time over to Whip Scalise. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank everybody who participated, because America's southern border is under siege, and it is a national crisis. As been said by many, Tom and others, border security is national security, and it's at risk right now because Joe Biden turned operational control of our southern border over to the drug cartels. He did it deliberately. He started it day one when he stopped building the wall, and he got rid of the policies that were working, Remain in Mexico, the Northern Triangle agreements. These were all protocols that allowed a legal process of immigration to start working again, and it's completely unwound. Unwound to the point where we've had over 2.5 million people come into our country illegally that we caught. That's larger than the city of Houston, Texas, the 4th largest city in America. More people have come in that we've caught. And as has been pointed out, at least 700,000 that we know of that got away. Dozens of people we caught were on the terrorist watch list, which begs the question, how many more came in that weren't caught that are on the terrorist watch list? And we're not just talking about South and Central American countries. We're talking about over 160 different countries are represented that we know of who've come across our southern border illegally since Joe Biden opened it up when he became president. I went down there like a majority of my Republican colleagues have gone down to the border. We got to embed with our Border Patrol agents, and they'll tell you what the problems are, but they'll also tell you they know how to fix the problem. The real thing that frustrates most people in this country when they're watching this border crisis is that Joe Biden is the one who took the Border Patrol agents off of patrolling the border, won't let them do their job, literally gave them stand-down orders. We saw many Border Patrol agents over at some of these detention facilities, changing diapers and giving processing papers to people to be sent to other states. We don't even know where they're going. We've asked those questions, by the way. I would hope the press asks those questions. How many people does the administration know have come in illegally, and where are they? Where have they been sent? Who's in charge of keeping track of whether or not they're even being followed around to know where they are? If they're supposed to show up in court and they miss their court dates, which by large percentages we see happen too. This shouldn't be happening in the United States of America, and there's lethal consequences. I think what angers most people is when they see that last year, the largest cause of death amongst our young people in America was not COVID. Over 100,000 young people in America died from fentanyl and other drug overdoses from illegal drugs that have come across our open southern border since Joe Biden's been president. Over 100,000 young kids we've lost just last year. And the numbers this year are supposed to be worse. Every community's been affected by this. I had a high school group in from my district not long ago, and I asked them, how many of you know somebody who's died of a drug overdose? Do you know every single kid raised his hand? Every single one. That's going on all across America too. Everybody knows somebody in a community that's been touched by fentanyl and other drugs, made in China, but brought across our southern border by these drug cartels, who, by the way, are making billions of dollars a month trafficking people into our country illegally. So Joe Biden has created a multi-billion-dollar industry. Unfortunately, it's the drug cartels of Mexico who are making that money because he opened the southern border. This has to end. Joe Biden needs to do his job, secure our southern border, and protect America's national security. We're surely going to continue to fight for this to be fixed. We're also going to continue to highlight just how bad it is, because it is a national crisis, not just in Texas and other border states, but as we know, every state now is a border state because of what Joe Biden's done to open up America's southern border. With that, we'll be happy to take questions.
So we've heard how severe this issue is. If you guys were to take the majority, can you outline a step-by-step solution that you all would plan to try to push through Congress? And if you did take the majority, how would you work with the White House to make sure he doesn't veto some of these policies?
Well, number one, we're going to continue to get the country more engaged, and we're going to roll out policies, and you've heard some of them. You know, you don't need to reinvent the wheel to secure America's border. We had a secure border when Joe Biden took office. He took steps to undo that. So the first thing you would do is go back to the things that were working. Reestablish remain in Mexico. Keep Title 42, which he's trying to get rid of, and we're actively fighting to keep in place. Go back to those Northern Triangle agreements that we're working to, again, this isn't necessarily people coming in from Mexico. These are people coming in through other countries, then through Mexico, to get into the United States, and not just in South and Central America. So go back to those things that work and let the Border Patrol agents do their job. You talk to Border Patrol agents, they want to fight the drug cartels. They're not allowed to right now. And maybe, Brandon, you could talk about other things we can do.
It's very simple. This starts with policy. If we have the proper policy, if we hold people in custody pending a deportation or asylum proceeding, they'll stop coming. And once people stop coming, then you can go after the criminality that exists on the border. So you have to start with policy. So once you implement proper policy, illegal immigration drops to all-time lows. That's the simplest solution to get border security under control. Start with policy, then work out. This does not need to be put on the taxpayer. The taxpayer should not shoulder this burden. This can be done simply through policy by stopping the catch and release. And that's what Whip Scalise is going to work very hard to ensure happens.
If I could jump in real quick, if you don't mind. So this is one thing that we've done, and part of the reason why we're here today, and we really appreciate the time, is a lot of us have been working with a coalition of a variety of conservative think tanks and other border security experts and media and multiple senior executives in the Trump administration to kind of provide just that, some what we believe are effective legislative fixes that are needed to assist the Republican conference, to help empower them to push back on what this administration has done, and specifically Secretary Mayorkas. In fact, that detail, it's not a plan, it's just simply a list of what we think are needed legislative fixes that will help secure our border and help protect our national security, and we're actually going to be releasing that today, and everyone here will have availability of that.
And let me echo what Brandon said on detention. Under President Trump, we detained 55,000 on average. Right now, this administration is releasing practically everybody. Even though they have empty ICE beds that are paid for, already paid for, sit empty. Why are they releasing them? I ask all of you, read the Homeland Security Life Cycle Report. Read it. The Secretary has the same report I can read on the internet that clearly shows if you're held in detention and you get a final order removal, you're removed 99% of the time. However, if you're a family unit, you get order removal and you're not detained, you leave 6% of the time. If you're UAC, you leave 3% of the time. If you're an adult, about 22% of the time. So this isn't about, well, I'm not going to put them in detention because it's costly. No, this is about releasing people because the Secretary has the same data I do. The plan is not only let them in, they're never going to leave. If anybody thinks these men come in are going to have judicial process and be removed by ICE, remember what the Secretary said? In the middle of the invasion, the Secretary says, being in the country illegally, there's not enough reason to be arrested. ICE, you can no longer step on a worksite enforcement operation, even though the number one reason people come to the country get a job. This is by design. This administration is called chaos, and I spent my career in this, and I'll echo what everybody else said. I found enough dead bodies through my career. I've talked to little girls who were raped numerous times. And for those of you here that hate the Trump administration and think I'm a bad guy, I've never been more proud and worked for the Trump administration because we created the most secure border, this group back here, this nation's ever had. Illegal immigration down 80%, 35-year low. So let me ask you a question. When illegal immigration is at 35-year low, how many pounds of fentanyl is not getting to the country because the Border Patrol is vigilant? How many people aren't dying of overdoses? How many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying? President Trump's policies saved lives, not just secure the border. A secure border saves lives. And this administration has thrown it all out. They know this. All they got to do is dust off the plans and regain control of our border. But that's not their plan.
First, totally unrelated. Someone dropped a $10 bill. I'd want someone to tell me because that's a couple gallons of gas. It's right behind me there.
Barely 2 gallons. Barely 2 gallons.
Which brings me to my question. I want to get your reaction on the CPI this morning. The energy index fell about 2.7%. Gasoline index fell 6.1%. Doesn't that show what the president's done executively? Doesn't that show what the president's done on gas prices and energy prices?
Actually, if you look at gas prices, first of all, it's over $100 a barrel today. I hope Joe Biden's not celebrating that. He might be, because he doesn't want American energy produced, but he's begging people like Putin and other dictators to produce energy. But if you look at the price of oil, a gallon of gasoline, it's higher today than when Joe Biden raided Spro the last time, which, by the way, was the third time he's raided Spro. He's taken almost a half of America's strategic petroleum reserve out of the reserves and put it on the world market, which, by the way, go follow where it's gone. Most of that oil has been sold to China. Not here in America. Joe Biden sent that to China. And so gas prices today are higher than when he raided Spro the last time, which was the third time he's done it.
Right, but it is declining. Doesn't that show that progress is being
So
made?
gas prices are higher today than they were a few weeks ago. Families are paying over $150 in many cases to fill their vehicle, and they're angry about it. And oh, by the way, if you're trying to drive to the grocery store to buy baby food, you can't, because there's no baby food on the shelf. This is an embarrassment beyond what any developed country in the world has seen, and it's all because Joe Biden and the incompetent people running in his administration have gotten us to crisis after crisis: a border crisis, an inflation crisis, a gas crisis, foreign policy crisis from Afghanistan down, encouraging the brutal dictators like Putin to go out and do things that they surely would have never thought of doing under Donald Trump. Our country and the world is weaker because of Joe Biden's reckless actions. That's what we're fighting.
Last question.
Yeah.
On Roe versus Wade, if that ruling is overturned, as it's expected, and if Republicans are in power, do you support a federal nationwide ban on abortion?
Well, first of all, I hope that the ruling comes out soon, and I hope it's the ruling that was leaked. I'm disappointed that there was a leak, and I'm disappointed that this White House is still encouraging people to break federal law and go and protest in front of the houses of Supreme Court justices, as Jen Psaki encouraged yesterday. And they've had multiple positions on this. But if you think about where we are, we're a party who defends life, and we would celebrate a ruling that allows elected leaders to defend life and debate in open public what those laws should be in every state and in Washington. Clearly, we will move day one, if we get the majority, on the Born Alive Act. So states like New York can't murder a baby born outside the womb and call it abortion. It's murder. I'll show you right now where Chuck Schumer is trying to bring our country. Chuck Schumer right now is bringing a bill on the Senate floor today to make America in the category of China, North Korea, and Guinea. That's where we would be. We would be in the territory of countries that allow abortion on demand as widespread as we've seen it anywhere in the world. Very few countries allow what Chuck Schumer is trying to bring. That's how radical their party is. They want abortion on demand, funded by taxpayers of the United States. That's not where America is. We're a party of life. And again, as we roll out our commitment to America, we're going to show how we're going to secure America's border. We're also going to show how we defend life and the other values that are so important to this country. And by the way, America is a country founded on the principles of, there were three inalienable rights, by the way, that were granted by our founding fathers. It was life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The first of those inalienable rights is life. We will defend life, and we hope this decision comes out soon. One last question.
Quick follow-up,
Yeah.
Chairwoman Stefanik. Do you think that the Biden administration and the Justice Department right now is approaching the protest that we've seen outside the Supreme Court justices' homes, and also the attack on the Wisconsin pro-life group? Do you think that they're approaching that with the same intensity as they did with protesters at those school board meetings over the mandates?
Well, certainly not. The fact that you have the White House press secretary encouraging people to break the law, it is unlawful. It is against the law in this country to protest a sitting judge. We want to maintain the independence of our courts, and the fact that that is being encouraged by this administration is shameful. It's unconstitutional. It's meant to intimidate the justices. This should outrage every single American. What makes Republicans consistent is we speak out against violent acts, no matter who commits them. What makes the Democrats inconsistent is that they speak out only in moments when they believe, only in certain moments. So, for example, on January 6th, we spoke out against the violence on January 6th, as we did throughout the entire summer with BLM protests. It is a disgrace that they have not spoken out against the heinous attacks on the pro-life organization in Wisconsin. We stand strongly with the rule of law. We pray for the justices to have resolve, and we pray for the future of life in this country, which, as our whip laid out, is the most important value that we stand for as Republicans. I certainly don't support the abortion-on-demand, taxpayer-funded disgrace in New York State. My specific position is what House Republicans, we support the Born Alive bill. Every House Republican has stood strongly. We've worked with outside organizations, and that's where we believe the American people are. New York State, and again, these radical states are woefully out of touch with the vast majority of Americans who, number one, do not support taxpayer-funded abortion. 80% of Americans oppose late-term abortions. So the fact that New York is trying to sell itself as an abortion-on-demand state is outrageous, and it really concerns me that you have Democratic leaders who are advocating for murdering of babies. They're spending more time focusing on that than they are focusing on the supply chain crisis when it comes to baby formula, which is a crisis hurting babies and families across this country. Thank you very much.
Good you being called ultra MAGA.
I am ultra MAGA. I'm proud of it.
All right. Good morning. I'm Frank Strada. I'm the Deputy Director for the Arizona Department of Rehabilitation and Reentry. Today, by the order of the Supreme Court, the state of Arizona carried out the death sentence of Clarence W. Dixon by means of lethal injection at the Arizona Prison Complex in Florence. Mr. Dixon was pronounced at 10:30 a.m. His last words, his last statement, and I quote, was, "The Arizona Supreme Court should follow the laws. They denied my appeals and petitions to change the outcome of this trial. I do and will always proclaim innocence. Now let's do this shit." End of quote. At this time, I'll turn it over to Judy Keene, our Director of ADCRR Communications.
Thank you, Deputy Director Strada. We will begin with our media witnesses who will be sharing their observations with you. The media witnesses will then be followed by Colleen Clace, who is Chief Counsel for the Arizona Voice for Crime Victims, and she is also attorney for Leslie James. Following Ms. Clace will be Leslie James, who is the sister of victim Dina Bowden, and she will be reading a statement. And with that, we will begin with Troy Hayden from Fox 10 News. Troy.
So we're going to be talking a lot about Clarence Dixon today, and I think before we do more of that, we should acknowledge Dina Bowden, who was 21 years old, a young woman, just about ready to graduate from ASU. I'm really glad we have a picture of her up here. And I also want to acknowledge her sister, Leslie, who's had to deal with this basically her entire adult life. And so I want to think about that before we talk more about this execution. The last execution that I witnessed was that of Joe Woods 8 years ago. We've talked a lot about that, the botched execution, as it's called. That did not go as planned. This one did. This one went exactly as I think DOC planned for it to do. Dixon never made eye contact with us. He stared straight up into the ceiling the entire time. Something that was new is we were actually able to see the IVs go in. That's something that's never been done before, and it was a new rule that was just put in. So it took about 25 minutes, I believe, to put all the IVs in. They had trouble getting the IVs into his left arm. They made 2 attempts. Those were not successful. They then went to the right arm and went to his groin area. Those were successful. The whole time they were putting the IVs in, Dixon was insulting the doctors and questioning their intentions and their motives, and talking about other things that maybe the other witnesses want to repeat. I don't. At 10:13, the IVs were inserted and they were in. At 10:17, the death warrant was read by the warden, Rodney Carr. At that point, he did say, I do, this is Dixon, I do and always proclaim my innocence. And again, now let's finish this. At 10:19, the drugs went in. Something else that's new is we are actually able to see them pushing the drugs down the syringes. There were 4 different syringes on one side, 4 on the other, and we could witness as they were pushing those syringes into the IV lines. So the very first drug started going in at 10:19. After that happened, Dixon made another comment that, again, maybe some of the other witnesses want to repeat. I don't. At 10:22, so 3 minutes after the drug started going in, his mouth fell open and he appeared to stop breathing. At 10:27, the doctor came in and checked him. At 10:28, the warden said the inmate was sedated. At 10:30, the warden said the execution is complete and the curtains were closed. Anybody have any questions for me?
Talk more about the difficulty inserting the IVs.
So I don't know if you've ever gotten blood drawn or had an IV put in. Basically, the medical technician came in, inserted a needle in the arm, checked it, looked at it. I don't know exactly what they do medically. It was not good. Pulled it out, taped that area shut, put a little piece of cotton in and taped it down. Went to an area, I think they started here and then went to an area higher in his left arm. Did the exact same procedure. It wasn't satisfactory for whatever reason. Again, I'm not a medical technician. Pulled it out, put a cotton ball on it, taped it. Then went immediately to this area of the right arm, and that was successful. And then they removed, they took a little piece of, I guess it was like paper type cloth, and covered up his groin area, and then moved his pants up and inserted into his groin. But we could actually see most of that as it was happening. So those 2 insertions were successful.
I think this is what's known as a cut down that has been performed in the past.
I'm not sure what a cut down is.
Okay. Could you tell if they had cut into his groin and opened up the...
You know, I believe that may have happened because one thing I did see was there was a small suture. Did you guys see a suture? There was a suture that they came through, so maybe they closed that cut. I didn't see the cut actually made, but I remember thinking, well, that's odd. Why are they suturing around there? So that would make sense.
And finally, for me, did Mr. Dixon make any remarks while that was happening?
He did. Again, insulting the doctors, speaking to his victim. And I'm going to let you 2 repeat it. I just, Leslie's sitting right here. What's that? Yes. He grimaced a couple times while the IVs were going in. Once the drug started flowing, he went to sleep almost immediately.
And he never made eye contact with anyone?
Never. No. And this is my 4th execution I've witnessed. I've been on this beat a long time, and that's the first time I remember that happening, him never ever looking over towards anybody. Right? What? Okay. So Leslie just gave me the okay to talk about some of the things that he said. Let me get to my notes. His very last words after the drugs went in at 10:19, maybe I'll see you on the other side, Dina. I don't know you and I don't remember you. Those were his final words. And after that, he fell asleep. The doctors, this is really funny. You're being as thorough as possible as you try to kill me. How twisted is this? You worship death, don't you? And then he said, I know you're seeing this, Dina. You know I didn't kill you. And then he said, make sure you miss the first time right and teach me a lesson. He's talking about the IVs to the doctors. Then the doctor said something to him, and he said, is that your best doctor voice? Thought you had a Hippocratic oath. Bet the money is better here, though. And I think he said one more thing that I didn't write down.
Troy, can you give us that chronology again from the time?
So at 10:13, the medical technician or doctor walked away from Dixon, basically giving a nod saying that all the IVs were in. At 10:17 is when the death warrant was read. At 10:19, we all witnessed, the actual insertion of the drugs from the syringes that are behind a wall, but there's a camera going down on them, into the IV lines at 10:19. At 10:22, I made a note, and I actually leaned over to Judy and made a comment, but he went slack, his mouth opened up like he was in a deep sleep, and I couldn't see his chest moving up and down anymore. So that would be 3 minutes. At 10:27, the technician walked back into the room, checked for a pulse, and then walked out, said something to the warden, and the warden said, "Inmate sedated," at 10:28. And then at 10:30, he got some sort of a word from that back room, the warden did, and the warden said, "Execution is complete." So from the time the drugs, from my notes, at 10:19, when the drugs first went in, the execution was complete at 10:30. So that would be, what, 11 minutes?
Did he make any movements as the chemicals were being injected, or anything that looked like he was in any kind of suffering or pain?
No, the only time that he showed any signs of any pain or discomfort was when the IVs were going in. And he had basically grimaced straight up into the ceiling. Nothing audible with that, no audible complaints.
Troy, was he trying to be physically combative, or was it just the words he was saying?
Yeah, no, even if you try to be physically combative, I don't know if you've ever seen that table, there are two body straps, it's like a 5-point harness in like a plane, so he's strapped like this, his body, and then both his extremities are down. So I don't know. I didn't see any fighting. His head went up and down a couple times. He had a small coughing fit that had nothing to do, I don't think, with anything. It was well before any drugs were near him.
Troy, you had said this was his last words. Maybe I'll see you on the other side, Dina. I don't know you and I don't remember you. Those were his very last words?
Right. So he was given an opportunity to give his last words. Then the drugs were administered. Almost immediately after the drugs were beginning to be administered, he uttered that. KTAR. Taylor from KTAR.
Hi, my name is Taylor Tassler. I'm with KTAR. This is the first execution I've ever witnessed. We went TASLER. When we entered the room, I noticed Dixon was counting on his fingers like this, and then at one point just continued to hold his middle finger down. He did that throughout the entirety of the execution almost. Like Troy said, he was looking at the ceiling. He kind of moved around, but he never made eye contact with anyone that I saw. I have that at... Once the drugs were administered, I kind of heard a gasp. His jaw dropped. He had a deep swallow, and that was about it. I never saw any movement after that either. And all the same last words that Troy mentioned are what I had written down as well.
What was he wearing? Was he holding anything of significance?
He was in an orange jumpsuit. It looked like shorts, so they could have access to his legs, and it had short sleeves, so he was wearing an orange jumpsuit. But he was also, when we first walked in, covered by like a cloth up to here, but his arms were out. And then as they started moving to his leg, they pulled over the sheet a little bit, and we could see his legs as well, and he had socks on.
Did he have any kind of, I guess, religious ceremony beforehand, or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Troy also mentioned that he had said, "I know you're seeing this, Dina. You know I didn't kill you."
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have that as well.
When did he say that? Before the injection?
Yes, before the injection. I have that at about 10:04 is when he made that remark.
Thank you. I'm Dina's older sister. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the media today. You know, for over 44 years, members of the media may have been available to me, but I generally withheld any public comments. I was concerned that the justice process that has brought us together today could have been jeopardized. But today that process has been finalized. I can't begin to name everyone that deserves thanks. But I have to honor and thank my husband, Mick, who I just lost 12 days ago, for his support and love over all these years. I believe that now he's reunited with my parents and with Dina, and he met Dina when she was 14 years old. Okay, to begin, since you're my audience, I need to say to you, after all these years, that your words can hurt, but your words can help and heal also. Please think about that as you write. Over these years, I've seen a distinct shift away from human compassion and acknowledgement of victims' rights and issues and beyond factual reporting toward advocacy for violent offenders and political posturing. What societal interest does that serve? Especially when there is absolutely no question of guilt, as in this case. Recognizing that we all live in a social media world of sound bites, here are some facts and some kind of by the numbers that are important to me and I thought you may be interested in, from high to low. 1 in 17 octillion. The results of the recent DNA test reporting the likelihood that Dina's murderer was anyone other than this inmate. Octillion has 27 zeros, by the way. I didn't know that. 43 and 20. The number of hearings I have attended over 20 years since indictment. 21, 23, 45, and 46. The ages when Dina's, my, and my parents' lives were either taken or irreparably changed due to this inmate's choices and actions. 17. The number of minutes the Maricopa County jury deliberated before they found this inmate guilty of the first-degree murder of Dina. 13. The number of women that this inmate victimized, at least those whose names we know. 8. The number of college hours Dina had left to graduate from ASU and begin her post-college life. I appreciate ASU awarding her degree to me posthumously just 2 years ago. And finally, 1 and 0. The number of sisters I had up until and after January 7th, 1978, and now. Let me tell you just a little bit about Dina. In 4 words, she was kind and hardworking. As a little kid, she had a really bad case of valley fever and missed much of a school year. But she worked really hard in school and caught up, and we were both blessed with having a 2nd grade teacher for a mother. Dina was multilingual, which she used in her travels and schools abroad to make friends. She wrote amazing poetry. We didn't know this until I found a notebook of her work as I cleaned out her apartment that January. My mom's victim impact statement to the jury included one of those poems. older people and dogs really seemed to take a liking to her, and I think that has to say something about her character. Although we looked a lot alike in our younger years, she was more personable and friendly. And she was the one who was supposed to have an exciting career, get married, and produce grandkids for my mom. But it didn't work out that way for her. We should have been able to grow old together. You know, as sisters will do, we fought, we hugged, and we negotiated our way through 21 years together. I have indelible memories of her driving up to Flagstaff in her little green Pinto to see me at college. And I cherish our train travels in Europe during one of her last summers. I wish you all could have known her. I have just one request of you. All my mom ever wanted was that people would remember Dina. Please remember Dina Lynn Bowden. And I will now answer any questions you may have about her. Thank you.
Can you talk about how you're feeling? I mean, 44 years, is this
Old?
closure, or
No.
what are the emotions going through your mind?
You know, I hate that word. Everyone is different. This is finality for this process, and it's relief. It was way too long. This process was way, way, way too long. And in the whole scheme of the system, I think this really was one of the shorter ones. Could I have a nap or Kleenex, sorry. How am I feeling? He didn't ingratiate himself to me at all. I saw him for 5 years going to hearings. I saw him every day in trial. And why am I not surprised that he chose to use my sister's name? In the days to come, I'm sure that there will be, this has been a large part. You know, as I said, I'm old. This has been a very large part of my life, but not all of my life. I had a son that we lost. I've now lost my husband. My parents are both gone now. And but I have my career. I have my friends. I have all of my family that are just wonderful. And I have my dogs, my shelter dogs, and there's nothing like them. So, I don't know how I'm going to feel.
If not closure, then do you feel like justice has been served?
Yes, the process is final. Yes. There was, as I said in my statement, and at the time the defense pushed yet again for another round of DNA testing, I thought, of what now? Here we go again, something else. 1 in 17 octillion, really? Are they glad that they had that testing? And as I said, there was never ever any doubt in this inmate murdered my sister.
Leslie, thank you for taking our questions. I'm Shaylee Sanders with KWOD in Tucson. When you were preparing for today, did you have expectations what he might say, what you hoped he might say for his final words?
Maybe I'll just respond in what I said when I appeared before the Board of Executive Clemency. When was that? A week ago? 2 weeks ago? And what I said to them at that time was, he made choices. He chose not to even respect that board to appear. and therefore I'm not even going to waste any more breath or words on him. I'm not surprised that he spoke. That's all I'm going to say.
Leslie, you've talked about wanting to make sure that the memory of Dina lives on. As her older sister, what do you miss the most about her?
She knew no enemies. She, as I said, we were lucky enough that we got to spend 3 months riding trains around Europe. These days, would you let a daughter at that age spend 3 months riding trains in Europe? I wouldn't. But we did, and everywhere we went, everywhere. She met people. As I said, she was multilingual. She was just a happy, giving person. And I used to call her jokey. You know, I miss her being jokey. I was always the more serious one, and she loved her life.
What was she planning, what was her degree in? What was she planning to do? What did Dixon rob this role out of?
You know, she was going into international marketing. As I said, she had about 8 hours left to graduate. She always worked. At the time she was murdered, she was working part-time for a patent attorney. It was hard to say. She talked about going into foreign service. She loved traveling, though, and she was fortunate to be able to go to school in Mexico one summer. She spent one summer in Spain. As I said, she picked up languages. You know, my mom heard her talking in her sleep one time in Spanish. And so I think she could have done anything she wanted. She had recently learned to scuba dive and met a new group of friends there. Anything she did, she met friends. So I think the world lost a good one when she was taken.
Ms. James, do you feel comfortable responding to people who are opposed to the death penalty? Do you feel comfortable saying something to those people?
Sure. The death penalty is currently the law in the state of Arizona. Without repeating something that we heard a little while ago, the courts, the administration, whatever you want to call them, law enforcement, they have to follow the law in this state, and that is the law in this state. And everyone can have their own personal opinion on the death penalty. Mine sure changed. I started in sociology when I started in college, and I changed my major, but my thinking has changed and evolved having gone through this. I think that, again, it's a very personal, everyone grieves personally and differently, and so I can't speak poorly for people that may be opposed to the death penalty, but I would just say, if related to any law, if you don't care for the law that's in place, then there are steps to try to get the law changed, but that is the law.
Do you recommend the law be changed?
No.
And would you feel comfortable telling us how you said your thinking has changed? Would you feel comfortable telling us how?
My thinking has changed most recently, I would say, in probably the last 1 year. And as you know, as I said, I attended every hearing, and I've read every pleading. I've read pleadings in his prior cases, and where my thinking has changed is that the balance, that those of us that are going through this kind of a process, sure, we have a Crime Victims Bill of Rights in this state, which is quite progressive compared to some other states. But compared to the, what's the right word? Compared to the protections, opportunities, and processes that are afforded people that are convicted of crimes, it's out of balance. It should not take this long to get to a final dispensation of what the law provides. It should never take this long.
I'm sorry, but only if you're comfortable. But so, how did you change though? How did you what was it that changed? Were you once not sure how you felt about that?
I had no idea that it would take this long.
Okay, we're going to move on to one final question. Does anybody have one final question, and then we're going to wrap up the press conference?
Thank you.
I know folks often talk to people who we lost. If you talk to Dina, and if you could talk to her today, what would you say?
She knows. She knows. That's all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. This will conclude our press conference. Please note that
Good afternoon. Apologize for the late start. Let me start by saying that we are absolutely heartbroken to learn of the killing of Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh and injuries to her producer Ali Samudi today in the West Bank. We send our deepest condolences to Shireen's family, her friends and loved ones, and strongly condemn her killing, as we do the killing of journalists around the world. Shireen was a veteran reporter. She was followed closely by those who care about the region and is mourned by all who knew her. The Secretary spoke just 1 week ago on World Press Freedom Day about the fundamental role journalists play in the free flow of information, ideas, opinions, including dissenting ones, as being essential to inclusive and tolerant societies. It is heart-wrenching to see the killing of another journalist just 1 week later. We call for an immediate and thorough investigation and full accountability. Investigating attacks on independent media and prosecuting those responsible are of paramount importance. We will continue to promote media freedom and protect journalists' ability to do their jobs without fear of violence, threats to their lives or safety, or unjust detention. Her death is a tragic loss and an affront to media freedom everywhere. With that, I'll take your questions.
Thanks.
Matt, I see you have a minder with you today. I'm very glad to see it. Yes.
My boss, this is Anna, Ned, Anna.
Good to meet you. We'll talk later today.
Yes. On this situation, when you call for an immediate and thorough investigation, who exactly do you want to do that investigation?
It is important to us that those who are responsible for her death be held responsible, that full accountability be ensured in this case.
Okay, but my question is not that. My question is, who do you think can conduct a credible investigation into her death that would be accepted by all parties, including the United States?
Well, in this case, I'm not going to prejudge where any investigation may go. We've seen, of course, that the Israeli Defense Forces have already announced that there is an investigation underway. We welcome that announcement. It is important to us, it is important to the world that investigation be thorough, that it be comprehensive, that it be transparent, and importantly, that investigations end with full accountability and those responsible for her death being held responsible for their actions.
Okay, but I mean, do you want the Palestinians to be involved in the investigation?
The IDF has announced an investigation.
Okay, that's the IDF.
Correct.
I standing for Israel.
That is correct.
So what about the Palestinians? Because there are calls in Israel for the Palestinians to take part in this.
What is, and I'm sure the Palestinians will do their own review as well. We've heard statements from both Israelis and Palestinians over the course of the day. What is important to us is that those responsible for this killing be held accountable for their actions.
Okay. Well, all right, so just one more thing, and then I'll defer. But are you confident that, well, maybe you're not because the investigation hasn't been done, but does it appear to you, the circumstances right now, as you know them, that she was targeted because she was a journalist?
I'm not going to prejudge an investigation. That's precisely why we're calling for an investigation. We've heard the statements that she was clearly, she was wearing attire that was clearly marked her as a journalist, but we are going to wait for the investigation to go where it goes. We are going to wait to hear where the facts lead in this case, and importantly, to see the accountability that is mounted in the aftermath of that investigation.
Ned, I just want to ask you, do you trust Israel investigating itself? I mean, I've asked this question over the past 20 years so many times. Do you trust them? Have they ever come back to you with saying these are the results? I mean, only in January, Omar Assad died in their custody, and you said, and he was a Palestinian American, and you said from that podium, you said that you are waiting on their investigating. You have not even followed through on this. So, do you trust the Israelis investigating themselves?
The Israelis have the wherewithal and the capabilities to conduct a thorough, comprehensive investigation. Let me give you an example, because you asked the question. In June of 2020, Israeli police in Jerusalem's Old City fatally shot, and you are familiar with this case, Iliad Halak, a Palestinian resident with autism, after he allegedly failed to stop and to obey orders. About a year later, in June of 2021, the Ministry of Justice's Department for Investigations of Police Officers, DIPO, filed an indictment with the Jerusalem District Court against the border police officer who shot and killed Halak. Clearly, Israeli authorities have the wherewithal to conduct a thorough, comprehensive investigation. That is what we expect in this case. In this case, we expect that the perpetrators, those responsible for the death of Shireen, who, by the way, was a very close contact of our post, someone, our people, someone presumably many of you knew quite well.
She was with us in this room.
It is important to us.
I want you to remember that.
It is important to us that her legacy be honored, be protected with accountability for those who senselessly took her life.
Well, on this police case that you cited, just bear with me, indulge me, you and my colleague, on this case that you cited, the Israelis charged the policeman with something like maybe $10 fine and so on. I don't want to delve into that. But you talked about Press Freedom Day last week. Press Freedom Day. You never mentioned the Palestinian journalists. There are 15 Palestinian journalists in prison. In prison. They're held there, as we say in Arabic, Zoran wa Buhtanan, which means falsely and malevolently. They have been held there day after day, year after year. They are disallowed from conducting their work, from doing their work, including colleagues from my newspaper. So I want you to respond to that. I mean, you talked about other things, which is laudable, which is great. Talk about what journalists face in Ukraine and other places, but you never mention what Palestinian journalists face.
So we know what many Palestinian journalists have faced, and we've commented quite a bit on that. You well remember what we said in the aftermath of the strike last year against the Associated Press building, against the Al Jazeera building in Gaza. We had an opportunity to speak to that publicly. Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak to the editor-in-chief of the Associated Press in the aftermath of that strike. We have spoken vociferously about the rights to a free press around the world. The fact that reporters should not be targeted, reporters should not be the objects of violence or suppression or repression anywhere around the world, whether that country is an autocracy, a democracy, whether that country is a friend, or whether that country is a foe or competitor.
Okay. But let me just follow up on how journalists, Palestinian journalists, when there is an operation like this, the Israelis were about to storm the Jenin refugee camp. They go by, including the group that was sharing, including someone from my newspaper. They went by the Israelis that were standing right out there, and they say, we're going right there. They told them this morning, we're going to go right there. So they knew perfectly, they knew exactly who was there and how clearly marked these people were. So I want to hear from you. If ever the investigation shows the guilty party, should that guilty party be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Those responsible for Shireen's killing should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Yes.
Sorry, just really briefly, since you brought it up, the bombing of the AP and the Al Jazeera office in Gaza, did you guys ever get an explanation from the Israelis that was satisfactory?
We were in contact with the Israelis. They shared with us some of the information regarding that strike.
Did you think that it was a legit target?
Clearly, the fact that there were the offices of at least 2 independent media organizations made it highly concerning, highly troubling to us. But beyond that,
is it still troubling, or were your concerns resolved after what they told you? I mean, it's been almost literally, that happened on May 15th of last year. It's now what, May 11th? Or is it the 12th?
It is, that assessment has not changed.
So you're still troubled by it. In other words, the explanation that the Israelis gave to you is not, it did not delay.
We voiced our concern by the fact that journalists were put at risk, that their offices came under assault.
But it's been a year, so I just want to know if the Israeli explanation has satisfied you, and so those concerns are you don't have those.
Those concerns still exist.
Will you send someone to the church on Friday for the service of Shireen Abu-Akleh?
I will check with Post. As I know, as I relayed to you, she was a close contact of Post. They were in regular contact with her. They valued her work. They valued, in some cases, a personal friendship and relationship with her. And if we have anything to say regarding representation, we'll let you know. Francesco.
Has the Secretary spoken to any leader in Israel or Palestinian side about this? And just to, on the record, do you have any early assessment or understanding of who did that?
We're not going to prejudge an investigation. We've heard various statements throughout the day. Some of those statements have shifted. That's why we've called for a thorough, comprehensive investigation, ending in accountability. There have been a number of conversations by senior officials in this building, senior officials at our embassy in Jerusalem, to both Israeli and Palestinian counterparts, conveying many of the same messages I conveyed to you just now. Yes?
Can I briefly ask about Hong Kong and Taiwan.
Sure.
First on.
Something on Shireen.
Let's take one more question on this, and then I'll come right back to you, Nike. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Many press and human rights organizations are calling for international independent investigation of killings because they condemned Israeli behavior before, that they're not gonna thoroughly investigate themselves. Are you willing to support such efforts to turn this into an international investigation?
Israel has the wherewithal and the capability to conduct a thorough, comprehensive investigation. They've done it before, and we expect they'll do so in this case. Yes?
Do you intend to conduct your own investigation, or at least participate, since the lady or our colleague, she is an American Palestinian? Because the record shows that Israeli investigation on those kind of incidents haven't been reliable. So I wonder if you are planning to do your part of the investigation.
Our role every time an American citizen is passes overseas, whether that individual, however that individual succumbs, is to provide appropriate consular support. We'll be providing any necessary consular support in this case. But what we are calling for is an investigation, a comprehensive, a thorough investigation that ends with accountability. Thank you.
Yes. On Hong Kong, do you have anything on the arrest of the Catholic Cardinal Joseph Zen? And separately, if I may, can you recap the U.S. policy toward Taiwan? Does the U.S. support Taiwan independence? I'm asking because the Taiwan President Tsai has already said there is no need to declare Taiwan independence because Republic of China was established in 1912. Thank you.
Thanks, Nike. We discussed this a bit yesterday, but let me just reiterate that our policy towards Taiwan has not changed. The United States remains committed to our long-standing One China policy, which is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 U.S.-China joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. To your question, we do not support Taiwan independence, and we have repeatedly made this clear, both in public and in private. Though the United States does not have diplomatic relations with Taiwan and does not support Taiwan independence, we do have, as you know, a robust unofficial relationship with Taiwan, as well as an abiding interest in maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. In terms of Hong Kong, I expect we'll have more to say on this later today, but we do strongly condemn the arrests of Cardinal Joseph Zen, Margaret Ng, Huai Po Kwong, and Denise Ho. In arresting these veteran activists, scholars, and religious leaders under the so-called national security law, Hong Kong authorities have again demonstrated that they will pursue all means necessary to stifle dissent and undercut protected rights and freedoms. We call for the immediate release of all of those who remain in custody, and of course we continue to stand with the people of Hong Kong. Jenny.
Do you assess the frequent deployment of Chinese PLA airplanes to the Taiwan Strait is sending the wrong message to the people of Taiwan and may actually push them to the direction like PRC does not want to see, which is trigger the Taiwan independence movement?
I will let the people on Taiwan remark on the implications of the PRC's actions. What I will say is that we have continued to voice our concern for these provocative operations. What we continue to call for is stability across the Taiwan Strait. We will continue to stand with our partner Taiwan. Our commitment to Taiwan is rock solid, including in the face of acts of potential intimidation.
Sorry, when you said you have more to say about the arrest later in the day, is that like with some kind of a statement?
I expect we'll have some kind of a statement.
Like a written statement
Yes.
from the Secretary? Okay, and then just on the other thing, on Taiwan, going back to our little discussion yesterday, when you say you do not support Taiwan independence, you go, fine, but you sell them weapons. You send official delegations there. congressional delegations. You push for their inclusion. You push for their inclusion in international organizations
that don't require statehood as a criterion for membership.
But as something separate from mainland China. So,
in organizations that do not require statehood as a membership, you are speaking to everything that we do as part of our unofficial relationship with Taiwan that falls under the auspices of our one China policy.
What I'm getting to is the WHO and the WHA this year, and you are pushing again, as I understand it, for Taiwan to be invited or to participate as an independent entity, as a not part of China. So how is that not supporting Taiwanese independence?
These are two very separate things, Matt. We believe, on the one hand, that Taiwan's...
First of all, you are, right?
Excuse me, what?
You want the WHO to invite Taiwan.
We support Taiwan's robust and meaningful participation in international organizations that don't require statehood as a criterion for participation or for membership.
For them to participate in the WHO.
I don't have any announcements today, but you've heard from us before that we push for Taiwan's robust and meaningful participation in international organizations that don't require statehood as a condition for membership. Taiwan is a leading democracy. The world has a lot to learn from our Taiwanese partners, whether it is in the area of public health, whether it is in the area of economics, whether it's in the area of climate change. We partner with the people on Taiwan, with our Taiwanese partners in a range of areas. We will continue to push for Taiwan's meaningful participation, all within the bounds of our one China policy that has not changed.
So does the same apply for the Palestinians? That you push for them to be a part of and to participate in international forums that do not require statehood?
We are pushing for a two-state solution because we believe...
But I'm asking in the interim, before that, so are you also pushing for the Palestinians to take part in international forums?
What we are pushing for, Matt, is a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We believe that Israelis and Palestinians deserve equally to enjoy equal measures of safety, security, dignity in the case of the Palestinians in a state of their own. Yes, Jane.
Thank you, Nida. I have a couple of questions on China, North Korea, and South Korea. First question, South Korean President Yoon said that recently he would provide drastic economic support to North Korea if it achieves substantial denuclearizations. On 8 after North Korea has denuclearized first, how does it compare to the U.S. policy toward North Korea?
Well, yesterday, I don't know that you were here, but we did offer congratulations to the new South Korean president, Yoon Suk-yeol, on his inauguration. We made the point that the U.S.-ROK alliance is rooted in close friendship. It's the linchpin for peace, security, prosperity in the Indo-Pacific, and we have and will continue to coordinate closely with our treaty allies in the ROK across all variety of challenges and opportunities. And of course, when it comes to challenges, there is no more pressing challenge than that posed by the DPRK's WMD programs, its nuclear weapons, its ballistic missile programs. We will, as I said, coordinate closely to address the threats that they pose. And the fact is that we share an objective together with our allies in the ROK, together with our allies in Japan. That is the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. How we get there, the steps, what that will look like, is something we will continue to coordinate closely on with our allies in the ROK and Japan. We know and we agree as allies that it will require principled dialogue and diplomacy. We have made very clear that we are willing to engage in good faith diplomacy with the DPRK. We do so, of course, with no hostile intent. Our only intent is to see the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula in the interests of peace and security in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. So that's something we'll continue to discuss with our South Korean allies.
China, Chinese Vice President Wang Qishan, who recently attended the inauguration ceremony of the South Korean President Yoon, made a remark that put pressure on South Korea. China is concerned about the Yoon Suk-yeol administration's strengthen the U.S. and South Korea alliance. Do you know why China is concerned about strengthening the U.S. and South Korea alliance?
I will let the PRC speak to that. I will say for our part, we believe that the United States has a number of sources of strength in the world. One of them is our sources of strength here at home. Our economy, the creativity, the vitality of our people, of our workforce. Another is our values and the principles, many of which we share with partners and allies around the world. And a third is very much that, our allies and partners around the world. And we view our unprecedented system of alliances and partnerships, including those we have in the Indo-Pacific, as a core source of strength. That is why Secretary Blinken, this department, has focused intently since day one of this administration on repairing, rebuilding, revitalizing those alliances, knowing, as Secretary Blinken often likes to say, that there is no challenge that the United States could take on more effectively alone than with our closest allies and partners, and that's what we've sought to do.
Last one, will the North Korea issues be discussing at the U.S. and ASEAN summit?
There's a lot that we have to discuss with our ASEAN partners. This is a region of the world that is among the most dynamic. It is the fastest growing region of the world. It is one where the United States is making clear we have an abiding commitment and interest in. The fact that this leader-level summit is taking place in Washington, D.C., the fact that it has not taken place in recent years, I think underscores our commitment to Southeast Asia, to ASEAN centrality. There will be a number of topics that we're going to discuss, including shared interests, combating COVID, economic recovery, climate, security challenges in the region, as well as our shared values. So all of that will be on the agenda. We'll have more to say in the coming days, Rich.
I just want to follow
Sure.
up on Taiwan. Is it
Sure.
still your position that the changes to the fact sheet on Taiwan have nothing to do with the timing of Secretary Blinken's speech on China, or what had been planned to be his speech on China?
That is our position. As you know, the Secretary was scheduled to deliver remarks on our approach to the PRC last week, and that was separate and apart from routine updates to a fact sheet. Sure.
The Taiwanese Defense Ministry in recent days has talked about some of the deliveries of U.S. weapons being delayed. Are all of the other U.S. weapons that have been notified to Congress and are in progress going to Taiwan, are all of those other systems set to be delivered on time?
Well, let me say our defense relationship with Taiwan remains based on an assessment of Taiwan's defense needs and the threat posed by the PRC. Continuing to pursue systems that will not meaningfully contribute to an effective defense strategy, we believe it's inconsistent with an evolving security threat that Taiwan faces, and we strongly support Taiwan's efforts to implement an asymmetric defense strategy. As you know, we have continued to provide Taiwan with the security assistance that together we deem most necessary. I can't give you an update on the pace of those deliveries, but if there's anything additional we can share, we will.
Do you guys not specifically track the pace of those deliveries? What is U.S. policy about when you want those deliveries to get there? I mean, I know it's sort of out of your hands once it goes to the companies that are producing these weapons, but surely you guys are focused on this. So when do you want those weapons to get to Taiwan?
Well, we want to see those systems delivered to Taiwan just as soon as they need them, and that is based on a need assessment and a needs assessment. It is something that we routinely do with our Taiwanese counterparts. I'll say that air defense systems and artillery, these are critical to supporting Taiwan's self-defense. The swift provision of Taiwan defensive weaponry and sustainment via our FMF, our foreign military sales, and our direct commercial sales, or DCS, we believe it's essential for Taiwan's security, and we'll continue to work with industry to support that goal, based in part on the assessment that I mentioned before. Since 2017, the executive branch has notified Congress of over $18 billion in arms sales to Taiwan. Of course, we can't provide details on ongoing defense procurement discussions, but those discussions regarding Taiwan's needs
And just
are
final question on
constantly
this.
ongoing.
Ukraine, the Ukraine war, has the deliveries of weapons to Ukraine at all impacted the scheduled deliveries of weapons to Taiwan?
These are two very different security challenges. The vast majority of emergency military assistance to Ukraine is being delivered via the Presidential Drawdown Authority that you've heard from. That is to say, it's being directly delivered out of DoD inventories. Taiwan, on the other hand, its defense procurements of defensive weaponry and sustainment are conducted via FMS, the foreign military sales, and the direct commercial sales, which are subject to the standard contracting and manufacturing process.
Off the top of your head, how many other non-state entities do you guys sell weapons to for self-defense?
We'll come back to you if we have anything to add.
In other words, none.
I don't know if there's another example, Matt, to your question. Yeah. Sure, Ukraine.
Yeah, I wonder if you had any comment on this idea of a Marshall Plan style plan for rebuilding Ukraine. The top president of the European Investment Bank sort of today pledged support for that, said the EU's lending arm would back that, but they're also saying they want to make sure that Europe is not left alone, make sure the US contributes to that. You know, is there a plan in place to get involved with that as a joint effort with the Europeans?
It's something that we are absolutely prepared to take part in. We have led the world already, and of course we have a legislative proposal that is awaiting action before Congress when it comes to more immediate support to the people and the government of Ukraine. So we are very much focused on the near term, but we haven't lost sight of the longer term. And it is our hope that we will be in a position to help the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian people, rebuild and reconstruct in the near term. Of course, the first order of business is bringing this Russia's aggression to a close. We're focused on that. We are focused on providing economic support to the government of Ukraine in the meantime. We're focused on providing humanitarian support to the people of Ukraine in the meantime, and we're focused on providing security assistance to Ukraine in the interim as well. But when there is an opportunity to help rebuild Ukraine to emerge from the destruction that the Kremlin has wrought across parts of the country, the United States will be there for that as well.
And separately, the Russians announced today a list of companies that they're sanctioning, energy companies, including subsidiaries of Gazprom in parts of Europe. Do you have any response to that? Does that impact your efforts on energy and keeping gas prices down?
No, I don't have any response to that. What we're doing is focusing with our allies and partners, very similar to what we're doing in the other context we just discussed, on the near term and providing our allies and partners, including those in Europe, with the energy supply that they need in the interim. We're doing that through with a coordinated release from various strategic petroleum reserves around the world. We are doing that by surging energy supplies, working with partners around the world as we look towards the longer term. And over the longer term, it is about lessening our reliance, lessening our collective dependence on Russian energy sources, lessening our dependence on fossil fuels in general, so that countries around the world, whether they're in Europe or elsewhere, cannot be held hostage, cannot be subject. to Moscow or any other country attempting to use energy as a weapon, yes.
The White House has repeatedly said that Vladimir Putin doesn't have a way out right now, while experts have said a cornered Putin is a dangerous Putin. Is the State Department providing a clear off-ramp through diplomacy? And if it's not, when's the time to do that?
Well, you mentioned the off-ramp yourself. The off-ramp is very simple, it's straightforward, it's genuine diplomacy. The State Department, this administration, provided an off-ramp well before President Putin decided to launch this war against Ukraine. I made this point the other day, but many of us, in fact, were with us when we traveled to locations around the world, working bilaterally with Russian counterparts, but also working multilaterally through the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, working multilaterally through the NATO-Russia Council, in an effort to forestall what was then our concern, that Vladimir Putin would go forward with his war against Ukraine. Once he did make that decision, the off-ramp of diplomacy, it has not closed. What has not been the case, however, is there has not been a Russian partner, there has not been a Russian negotiator that has had the inclination or the ability to engage in good faith diplomacy and dialogue with their Ukrainian counterparts. We know from our Ukrainian counterparts that they are ready, willing, and able to engage in the type of diplomacy that we believe must be the off-ramp that you've spoken of. Russia has heretofore shown no indication that they are, as of yet, ready to accept that off-ramp. So in the interim, we are going to continue to do what has demonstrably proven effective. We are going to continue to provide our Ukrainian partners with the defensive security assistance they need to continue to fend off some of these vicious attacks, to continue to protect their freedom, to protect their democracy, to protect their independence, and to protect their homeland. All the while, we're going to continue to mount economic costs and financial costs on the Kremlin and all of those who are enabling this war of choice, because that's what it is. It's awfully ironic to speak of the party that is engaging in a war of choice of not accepting an off-ramp. The off-ramp is clear. It has been clear. The Kremlin's choice has been to wage war, just not to pursue that off-ramp just yet. That is why we're doing everything we can through supporting our Ukrainian partners and holding Russian officials and Belarusian officials, for that matter, accountable to change that decision-making calculus, to incentivize the initiation of good faith diplomacy and dialogue that we believe, that our Ukrainian partners believe, can diminish the violence and lead to an end to this war.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
I have another question later on. But there was a meeting between Ambassador Sullivan and Ryabkov today. Can you fill us in about who initiated the meeting, and also was there any specific message that you want to deliver, and if you can, how much it was coordinated with the Ukrainians? Because that was our policy, that we should not talk about Ukraine without Ukraine.
That absolutely is our policy. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. I can confirm that in this case, our bilateral ambassador to Russia, Ambassador Sullivan, met with Russian government officials today. It was a pre-scheduled meeting to discuss a narrow set of bilateral issues. So to your question, Ambassador Sullivan is discussing issues in the bilateral relationship with his Russian counterparts. Those tend to be quite narrow. In many cases, those tend to be centered on the functioning of our embassy, which of course is a concern to us given the limitations, the undue limitations that the Russian government has imposed on the operations of our embassy in Moscow. We do maintain diplomatic communications with the Russian Federation through our Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs and through our embassy in Moscow. There is no doubt that it is a difficult relationship that is clear to everyone, but we do believe that these lines of communication should remain open.
Just to clarify, there was a speculation that there was a connection between that meeting and also Russian summoning Polish ambassador. These are separate. Two separate.
I'm sorry, the Russians doing what?
Connections between that meeting and Russians summoning Polish ambassador in Moscow.
I would need to defer to our Polish allies to speak to their interaction. But
and on Azerbaijan, I have seen the readout between the on call between the secretary and the President Aliyev. One of the topics is human rights, and I've raised several cases during the past couple months here. Most recently, journalist Aytan Mammadova also attack against human rights defender Bakhtiar Hajiev, and also arrest of opposition party leader Ali Aliyev. These are specific cases that perhaps this call was a chance to raise by the secretary. Did the secretary have a chance to raise specific cases, or is just overall about human rights concerns?
I will leave the specific contents of the call to the call itself. As you noted, we did issue a readout. It was just last week, I believe, that we had a strategic dialogue, the U.S.-Armenia strategic dialogue. So Secretary Blinken's discussion today with President Aliyev was an opportunity to discuss some of the positive momentum and the future concrete steps on the path to peace in the South Caucasus. That includes some of the issues we discussed with our Armenian partners last week: border delimitation and demarcation, opening transport and communication links, and the release of the remaining Armenian detainees. He did reiterate, as you saw, that we stand ready to help by engaging bilaterally as well as with like-minded partners, including through our role as an OSCE Minsk Group co-chair, to help the parties find a long-term comprehensive peace. He did, as you note, also highlight the importance of increased respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. That is something that we also had an opportunity to discuss with our Armenian partners
you mentioned
last week.
Positive momentum on Karabakh. Is there any concern at all on your end that Russians might jeopardize whatever positive connection is going on, as they have done before?
Forging what we are seeking to forge here, a long-term comprehensive peace, happens to be in our interest. It also happens to be in Moscow's interest. Moscow, of course, is a part of the OSCE Minsk Group as well. Yes.
So coming up the question earlier about the lack of an off-ramp, the slug, the fact that this war is going to grind on for a very long time as far as we can tell. Is there already discussions beyond the $40 billion that's before Congress for more?
Well, this $40 billion, the proposal that is before Congress at the moment, is for the remainder of the fiscal year. So it is for a finite period. It, of course, is our hope, it is our goal to see to it that this war comes to a close just as soon as can be managed. And so that is why we have asked for these resources to continue to advance our strategy to support our Ukrainian partners, to impose additional costs on the Russians so that we can help bring that about. If that strategy continues to be successful, the war, of course, we hope will be it will be shorter in duration. That, of course, will help us request fewer funds over time. So our goal is to bring this war to a close and to see to it that we can turn to the task of rebuilding and working together with our Ukrainian partners on that task.
Funds, the fiscal year ends at the end of September, which is 4 months from now. We're talking $10 billion a month.
And Matt, our point.
I just want to make sure we're talking. That's
what the math says. Yes.
Yeah.
And our point.
When you talk about the end of this fiscal year, you're talking about the current fiscal year, which ends in September. But
let me just make the other point. The alternative would be much costlier. The alternative to doing nothing in the face of aggression, to doing nothing in the face of what we're facing in terms of global food supply, what we are facing in terms of the broader implications of Russia's war, and what indifference or what inaction could spell around the world, that would be far costlier.
Okay, I wasn't trying to cast aspersions on it. I just want to
you
make sure
never
the timeline was correct. Yeah. Back to Ambassador Sullivan's meeting. Did the cases of the remaining American detainees come up? Did he raise them? I'm sure you're aware that I believe Brittany Griner has a hearing coming up, a court hearing on the 19th, so next week. Is there any movement? Did he raise them? Did he get any?
And I am sure you are aware that we just don't discuss these elements in public.
Well, did he raise the cases without naming names?
You know that we don't even go that far. I've made this point before, but in the days and the weeks and the months prior to the release of Trevor Reed. We did not discuss the specifics of our efforts beyond saying that securing the release of Americans who are wrongfully held around the world is of paramount importance to us, and it's something we're always working on. Michel, let me move around a little bit.
I just want to, on this point, you just mentioned that you want to bring the war to an end. You like to see this war brought to an end as soon as possible. If, as part of that strategy, if were for you to say, announce that you are willing to discuss Russia's concerns, including the expansion of NATO, or the non-expansion of NATO, to countries like Ukraine and Georgia and Finland and so on, as a part of that, would you do this as a peace offering?
Two separate issues. Before Vladimir Putin chose to wage this war, we made very clear that we were prepared to discuss some of the purported concerns that Russia had put on the table. And there were concrete steps, at least there were concrete discussions, that we thought were in the offing that would advance the security of the transatlantic community, that is to say the United States and our European allies and partners, as well as to address some of the stated concerns of Moscow. Of course, Russia rejected that. And if you might recall, they went to war on February 24th before even responding to the written proposal that we had put forward. When it comes to NATO, Saeed, we have been very clear that for us, NATO's open door means an open door. That is important, and it is something for us that is non-negotiable. Saeed, or Michel.
Any updates on the talks with Iran?
No updates to offer. We are still in the same place since we last talked about it. It is still our assessment that if we were able to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, that it would manifestly be in our national security interest, because it would once again put permanent and verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program, a program that has been in many ways unconstrained since 2018, and a program that has galloped forward in ways that are unacceptable to us. We don't have any more to share than what we discussed last time. Simon. Sorry, let me move around. Courtney, and then Geetsia. Or do you want to stay on Iran?
Follow up
Yes.
on Michelle. So does that mean that you don't have any readout from Enrique Mora from his first day in Tehran?
I am confident that our team will be in touch with Enrique Mora and his team. Of course, he is still on the ground, but Enrique Mora has been conveying messages back and forth. That is the role he's been playing for some time. I'm confident that our team will have an opportunity to discuss his time on the ground with him. I'm also confident that we probably won't be able to share much of that dialogue.
Yeah, but just one reminder. The last communication exchanged, was it from Washington to Tehran or Tehran to Washington?
We have not given a play-by-play of the diplomacy, and once again, we are not in direct communication with Iran. Of course, we've made clear that it would in some ways facilitate diplomacy if we were in a position to have direct discussions with Tehran, so that we weren't reliant on a middleman, especially capable middleman in this case in the form of Enrique Mora. But regardless, we're not going to detail a play-by-play. Courtney.
Just to return to Simon's earlier question about rebuilding efforts for Ukraine, is it the administration's policy that you do not want to commit funds to such an effort until Russian forces are completely out of the country, or?
It's our policy that we want to continue with a strategy that has proven demonstrably effective. And right now we are investing heavily in that strategy. That's why the legislative package that is before the Hill is primarily comprised of security assistance. Security assistance that to date has been a key enabling facet of the effectiveness that our Ukrainian partners have been able to achieve on the battlefield, but it also has economic assistance, it has humanitarian assistance, it has assistance in the realm of food security as well. Clearly there will be a need, and we hope a need before long, to reconstruct and to rebuild, and the United States will be there for that task as well.
But some of those efforts are ongoing even as the war continues, but it's your position that you would wait to dedicate U.S. funding for that purpose until after the war ends?
Well, we have provided, and we're seeking to provide economic assistance. We provided direct budgetary assistance, and of course, our Ukrainian partners have great discretion in terms of what they do with that. Yes.
Can I go back to Asia?
Sure.
I would like to ask about the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, so-called IPEF. Japanese ambassador to the United States said the Biden administration will launch Indo-Pacific Economic Framework during the time of the President Biden's visit to Japan. So, firstly, can you confirm it? And secondly, is the Biden administration eventually willing to replace Trans-Pacific Partnership, so-called TPP, with Indo-Pacific Economic Framework?
So, of course, I don't want to get ahead of the president's travel to Japan. Secretary Blinken, when he was in Jakarta, Indonesia, in December of last year, he did deliver a speech on our Indo-Pacific strategy. And there were key elements to that strategy, and deepening our economic ties with the region were a clear element of that strategy. And I suspect you'll be hearing more about that before too long. When it comes to the TPP, this is something that my current colleague at the White House has spoken to before. It was last September, I believe, when she said that the president has been clear he would not rejoin the TPP as it was initially put forward. We know a lot has changed in the world since 2016. We are evaluating our options to deepen our economic partnerships with countries in the region.
Supported it when it was initially proposed, right? When he was the vice
The
president.
White House has been clear that the president has been clear he would not rejoin the TPP.
But yeah, but when he was vice president,
as it was
supported it.
initially put forward.
Right. When it was initially
Simon?
put forward, he was vice president and he supported it.
Matt, I am telling you what our policy is. Yes.
When it comes to the Philippines, you said yesterday it was too early to comment, so we wanted to kind of ask again, particularly because of the ASEAN summit is happening this week, and part of the focus of that is obviously towards China, or showing your prioritization of the region, in the light of your broader China policy, I guess, or Indo-Pacific policy. But specifically, do you have any concerns that the new president-elect, Marcos Jr., represents a challenge to U.S. policy in the region, specifically with his comments, I believe during the campaign, talking about the 2016 ruling on the UNCLOS ruling, that he said this is not effective, and he said he's going to seek a bilateral agreement with China to resolve their disputes in the South China Sea. How does that square with what the US wants to do with this region?
Simon, this applies to the Philippines. It applies to everywhere around the world. We will judge and we will operate within the confines of our bilateral relationship based on what happens once an individual or a party is in office. And when it comes to Ferdinand Marcos Jr., you heard from the Secretary earlier today that we congratulated him, we congratulated the people of the Philippines on their successful election. We look forward to working with the President-elect to strengthen the enduring alliance between our two countries. It's a special partnership that is rooted in a long and deeply interwoven history, shared values, shared interests, and strong people-to-people ties. We'll continue to collaborate closely with the Philippines to promote respect for human rights and to advance a free, open, connected, prosperous, secure, and resilient Indo-Pacific. That will be at the top of our agenda. We look forward to seeing Foreign Minister Locsin when he is here at the ASEAN Summit later this week, and I suspect that we will be able to engage with the incoming Marcos government in the near term.
And specifically on the 2016 ruling, does the US still see that as relevant to resolving those South China Sea disputes?
We still stand by that ruling. We issued a statement not all that long ago, underscoring that the South China Sea, as we know, contains some of the world's busiest shipping lanes, trillions of dollars in merchant shipping transit annually. We have to remain vigilant to any effort to unlawfully restrict navigational rights and freedoms in this vital waterway. It serves as a lifeline to so many economies. And we reaffirm our statement of July of last year regarding the maritime claims in the South China Sea, and we stand by that.
I must admit that I don't expect a whole hell of a lot of an answer from this, but given the history here, the United States and the Philippines, and the fact that the United States played such a pivotal role in the ouster of Bongbong Marcos's father, do you have any concerns about the return of the family?
Matt, as I just said to Simon, we look forward to working with the incoming
So,
government.
in other words, no?
We know that we have enduring shared values and shared interests. It is at the top of our agenda, and we expect it's at the top of the agenda of the incoming administration in Manila to work to advance those.
So you're prepared to start on a fresh page. And the history doesn't.
Our bilateral relationships are contoured by what happens when individuals, parties come to office.
That I also expect is going to be very brief, and that is, I saw the joint statement out of the Marrakesh anti-ISIS meeting, and I just want to know if you guys have anything if you have anything to add to it, or if there's anything in particular that you wanted to highlight from this that you thought was a particular success or a particular accomplishment.
Well, our Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, Toria Nuland, is there representing us. There was a joint statement released. She did have an opportunity to speak before the cameras earlier today. It's my understanding that she spoke to some of the salient points of that discussion. But again, I'd point you to that joint statement.
Sorry, one more on that.
Sure.
Could you just state whether the president-elect is welcome in the United States? He hasn't visited, I think, for 15 years, given he and his mother are facing this court ruling, I think in Hawaii. Is the new president of the Philippines welcome in the U.S.?
We look forward to engaging with
so that we could get a grand jury transcript to the public so we can make change. We fought in the criminal case to get access to the photos of Anthony Avalos. I wanted to see what Anthony looked like after he was tortured and murdered. Why? Because when we went to bat for this family, I wanted to know what Anthony went through, because that's how we can best represent these precious kids. And when I was in the DA's office looking at those photographs of Anthony bruised from head to toe, I made a pact with Anthony Avalos. I told him that we would be the voice for him, the voice that the county never gave to him. Anthony never got the help of DCFS that he deserved. Anthony needed a lifeline, and DCFS failed. So when I told Anthony we would go to bat for him, I told him that we would fight in this case to the bitter end, and that through this litigation against the LA County DCFS, we would make change in honor of Anthony Avalos. Anthony needed somebody to protect him. Tragically, he's dead, but we went to bat to protect Anthony and to carry on Anthony Avalos' legacy for the rest of his life. We filed a lawsuit against LA County and a company named Hathaway Sycamore. The basis of that lawsuit was 13 times LA County DCFS was notified of abuse within that home. And guess what? LA County DCFS went 0 for 13. 0 for 13. They never even went up to the plate to go to bat for Anthony Avalos. So you know what we did? We fought for 3.5 years. And we went to bat for Anthony Avalos because nobody else within LA County DCFS would go to bat for this little boy and save his life. We stepped up to the plate, 3.5 years, thousands of hours fighting with this county, 4 lawyers working full-time on this case. Trial was supposed to start last Monday, and guess what? Do we have a picture of Anthony? Look at Anthony. Anthony now is smiling because we hit a home run for Anthony to make change in this community. And by a home run, I mean that LA County has tentatively agreed to pay $32 million. $32 million because of this death. Because this young boy should have never died, and we fought 3.5 years. And the county has tentatively agreed to pay $32 million to Anthony's father and the 3 other kids, by the way. 3 other kids who were in that home. 3 other kids who also endured torture, who were forced to kneel on rice, who were punched, kicked, who had their heads dangled over a staircase. 3 other kids who saw Anthony lying on the floor for nearly a day. We determined that through the autopsy. Anthony was laying on the floor, dead, for nearly a day. And mom and boyfriend told these little kids that he was napping. Can you imagine the trauma for 3 other kids in that home to see their brother laying lifeless on the floor and dead, his brain bleeding? The other types of abuse these kids endured in that house. They had to do what's called a captain's chair. These kids were forced to put their back to a wall and kneel down, but their knees couldn't hit the ground, and they had to put their arms out like this and put things on their arms and hold them for like 30 minutes. Can you imagine that, being a child going through that? Anthony's knees and his feet were bruised. I saw the pictures. These kids were forced to kneel on rice. They had dirty diapers thrown at them. They were forced to fight with each other. But we fought, and we can't bring Anthony back, but $32 million is going to give LA County DCFS 32 million reasons why they need to better train their social workers, and they need to do the right thing the next time a little boy needs to be removed from a home, so that they're not facing another $32 million payout. The $32 million is a conditional settlement. The LA County Board of Supervisors will need to approve this settlement. We're very confident that the LA County Board of Supervisors will do the right thing. To LA County's credit, they finally stepped up. They finally stepped up a few days before trial. In fact, on May 4 of this year, last Wednesday, that was Anthony's birthday. That would have been Anthony Avalos' 14th birthday. And ironically, LA County tentatively decides to settle for $32 million on what would have been Anthony Avalos' 14th birthday. We still have a lawsuit pending against a company named Hathaway Sycamore. That's the mental health agency that was supposed to counsel Anthony. This is the same mental health agency that was supposed to counsel Gabriel Fernandez as well. In fact, the same exact woman was on both Gabriel's case and Anthony's case. And shockingly, in this lawsuit, we found out that there was zero communication between LA County DCFS and Hathaway Sycamore whenever Gabriel was sent for counseling and whenever Anthony Avalos was sent for counseling. So today, we're requesting a change in the law in honor of Gabriel and Anthony. We want a new law, and I'm going to be contacting state legislators. There needs to be a new law in place that whenever an abused child is farmed out by LA County to an independent mental health agency, that they have to communicate about the history of that child. Can you imagine that neither Gabriel nor Anthony, neither two of those boys, had any help from this mental health agency because the county and the outside mental health agency never talked? When you send a child for help to a mental health agency, you need to pick the phone up and tell them what the child's life has been like. In this case, we learned that no communication took place between LA County DCFS and Hathaway Sycamore. So when Anthony was sent to Hathaway, guess what? He was an afterthought. They just, LA County DCFS just farmed this little boy over to Hathaway and didn't even tell Hathaway what was going on in Anthony's life. And guess what? I took the depositions of the Hathaway folks. You know what they told me? They never once picked up the phone and called DCFS to say, hey, why are you sending us this little boy? What's his life been like? And in fact, Anthony was abused during the time that Hathaway was supposed to be counseling Anthony. So we're going to be proposing a change in the law that there must be communication between the county, DCFS, and any outside mental health agency. No garbage response that, oh, there's a privacy issue. That's a bunch of garbage. Don't ever buy that from LA County. And don't ever buy that from Hathaway or any other mental health agency that takes in these kids. They need to communicate. Or else what's the point of giving any counseling to these kids? You're supposed to counsel a kid and you have no idea what his life's been like? You have no idea that he's being allegedly molested? And nobody picks up the phone? And by the way, the woman on both Gabriel's case and Anthony's case was an intern. She wasn't even licensed. The woman on Gabriel Fernandez's case and Anthony Avalos' case was not even a licensed therapist. That's inexcusable, intolerable, and we're asking for a new law on that as well. Another Gabriel law, another Anthony Avalos law. You cannot have a non-licensed professional counseling a child who has been suspected of child abuse and child molestation. We need a change of law on that as well. And the last change in laws that we're going to be asking for, and by the way, this case for Anthony, thousands of hours of fighting, is because we wanted change. We're hoping that the $32 million paid to Anthony's father and these three kids will go a long way in bringing about change. And one of the changes that we want, this is the third law, this is 3 laws that we're bringing up as a result of Anthony's case and Gabriel Fernandez's case. The third law, we learned through Anthony's case is that the county DCFS has a loophole. There's what's called a government code section that requires everybody who's injured or dies, this code gives them 6 months. Imagine this, only 6 months to file what's called a notice of claim with the county. Think about that. How in the world can these kids who are being abused even know that they have a claim against the county? This is comical. It's a circus. The law needs to be changed. If a child is enduring any form of abuse or a child dies when DCFS is involved, this 6-month requirement to notify the county should not begin to run until these kids are 18 years old. We need a change in the law to reflect that. Think about how the county has avoided liability on a lot of other cases. How? Because the people that routinely abuse and kill these kids are the parents. Those are the ones who can pick the phone up and report it. Do you think they're going to report themselves? No. That's why we need a change in the law. We can't sit here and require kids who don't even know they have a claim against the county to go notify the county within 6 months. It's just completely inexcusable and makes no sense. That's another reason why we learned why the county has avoided liability in a lot of these cases. Because by the time these kids are able to realize they've been molested, abused, guess what? Their time's run out because of this silly law. And we're going to change that law. We're going to make 3 new laws in honor of Anthony Avalos and Gabriel Fernandez. Last thing I'm going to say before you hear from some family members is the journey doesn't end with the settlement of Anthony Avalos' case. This is the beginning of lifelong change in LA County. No resident of LA County should be happy about us standing here today. We don't want to be here anymore, but we're going to be back again till as long as we live. Because in a civilized society, a child, a helpless child like Anthony Avalos, this little boy, should not have endured anything that he did. A responsible Department of Child and Family Services would have removed this little boy in 2015. And guess what? He'd be alive today and he'd be smiling today, but for DCFS miserably failing this little boy. And we're going to keep fighting for the next 40, 50 years. I will, the family will. Why? Because a young Hispanic boy, too many young Hispanic kids and other kids of color are the ones who are dying. Doesn't that bother this community? That most of these kids who are abused and murdered are either Hispanic or African American? This little boy, his heart and his soul is worth as much as a white child's soul in West LA. And we are going to keep fighting to create equality for these kids. Because after fighting this case for 3.5 years, I know in my heart, in reading the grand jury transcripts of these social workers, that when they go to a low-income home, a low-income Hispanic home in Lancaster, and they see a little boy like that, and they turn a blind eye, it makes me wonder whether these social workers value the life of a little Hispanic boy in a low-income home as much as they value the life of an affluent white child. I don't think there's going to be a commission set up after the Anthony Avalos case settles, right? So guess what? All of us here, we are the commission. We're the commission. And we are going to be vigilant. to keep fighting for not only Anthony, but for all kids in LA County and nationwide. And guess what? The last thing I'm going to say is, I remember those pictures of Anthony when he was dying in that hospital and the autopsy photographs. I never saw a smile on Anthony's face, but guess what? I had Maria bring this picture today because this is how we're going to remember Anthony Avalos. A smile on his face for the rest of our lives. Anthony is smiling today because we got justice for him and those 3 other kids in that home, and because Anthony knows that he did not die in vain. Anthony knows that through this case, we're making change. Anthony knows that we cared about him in this case. Anthony Avalos knows that because he died, other kids will live. Thank you. I'm going to next introduce Maria. Maria, why don't you? Or actually, let me introduce the father. I'm going to introduce you the father of Anthony Avalos. His name is Victor Avalos. And Victor is Victoravals. You say a few things.
Yeah, so, well, to begin, obviously something, I didn't want it in the first place. So, I mean, there's something for me to say, it's obviously for me to have had Anthony or had the chance for Anthony to be here with me or be home with me. And now it's just like, not going to be able.
Hold on for a second. Yeah, all right. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So, as I said, to begin, I didn't want this in the first place, So, I just wanted him to have a chance to be with me or even with their Maria or my mom's house, but, it just sucks the way it has to be now. I just wanted him to have a chance to stay ahead or come with me or just not where he was at. So, like there's not much for me to say, it's just hard to believe the way that he's not here anymore.
Can you tell him what you miss about Anthony?
So, I mean, the days that we would talk, we would stay in touch through video chat. So it's been a little over than 3 years that, it's hard to think that I can't talk to him anymore, So that's just, it's like really hard to understand or try to put myself in a way that, you know, he's not here anymore. So obviously, man, it's just like real hard to believe that he's not here, and I'm not going to be able to talk to him anymore, or not being able to have him or me showing him around my city where I normally stay, and just other things, you know, or me asking him how his days were. That's just impossible now. So it's something that it's really hard to I don't know, to put myself in and say, you know, he's really not here anymore. So I gotta put myself to saying, you know, it's really happening. So nothing is gonna bring him back, and I don't think that's fair, you know.
We'll do something after. Let's Maria, do you want to speak? So it's Maria Barron. Why don't you, David, hold the...
Hi, my name is Maria Barron.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Maria Barron, M-A-R-I-A-B-A-R-R-O-N. I'm Anthony Avalos' aunt. Today we're here to get justice for my nephew and my nephew's niece. I'm relieved that this, you know, came out the way it did, but in reality, I can't help but miss Anthony. I wish things would have been gone differently. I truly believe that Anthony could have been saved if DCFS would have done their job properly. You know, we went through protocol, we did what we were supposed to, and because of that, I can no longer enjoy my nephew. I can no longer hear the Auntie Maria, can I come over? Is Uncle David gonna cook dinner today? You don't cook, Auntie Maria, because you don't know how to cook. You know, I'm gonna miss playing sports with him. I always look at my kids and I always think he should have been here. Every day before I go to work, I put on this necklace with his picture. And I always talk to him. And I wish that he could be there with us at school. Both me and my husband work at a school now, and I talk daily about him. There's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't reminisce on something. I see a kid doing something and I think he should be here. He would have loved school. He would have loved playing volleyball. You know, the little things, the what ifs. You know, I was grateful for 7 years of being with him, enjoying him, watching him laugh, watching him accomplish so many things, watching him grow up. And then after that, it was just DCFS said, no, give him back to the parents. And after that, we didn't have any contact with him. We were not allowed to see him or his siblings. And the day that I got the phone call that he was at the hospital, my heart was excited. I was happy because in my head, I didn't think the abuse was that bad. I thought, hey, it's an opportunity to see him again, to be with him. When I showed up to that hospital, everything changed. Watching his lifeless body covered from head to toe in bruises, his big, beautiful eyes just closed. I hugged him so much and I kissed him. I watched him come into this world and I had to watch him leave. My life will forever be changed. I would give everything up in order to see him again, to have him with us. I kid you not, guys, he would have had a wonderful life with us. He always wanted to be a Baron. He always wanted me to be his mom and Uncle David to be his dad. He always asked me why were things that way. And I always told him that it was going to be fine because I was always going to be there. DCFS took that away from me. If we would have done things differently, maybe he would still be here with us. You know, I put all my trust and faith into a system that at the time I didn't know was broken. If I would have known then what I know now, trust and belief, I would have never called. We would have tried to figure things out, just like we always did. But I want you guys to know that for 7 years, he was a happy boy. He loved his family. We made sure he knew he was loved. And I just miss him very much. And I will continue to fight for all the children, for change to happen. No more children should die in the hands of their parents. Thank you, guys.
I'm David Barron, DAVIDBARRON. I was Anthony's uncle. Anthony used to tell me stories of him wanting to become a firefighter or a policeman, some kind of hero. And now, you know, it took him dying, but he got his wish. He's the hero for all these kids. This lawsuit will make a change, force DCFS to make a change, and it's in Anthony's honor. So he is a hero to all the kids that this change will save. Anthony was a great kid. He wanted to be something in life, and DCFS failed us and took that away from us, took that chance from him. Now we're his voice, and we'll never stop fighting for him, just like I know he would have never stopped fighting. He never stopped fighting to the day he died for his siblings. He would take abuse for him to save them. He was a hero in his own way. And that's how I'm always going to remember him, as a hero. And I hope you guys always do too. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
Regarding law you want to change, why even 18 and 6 months? A lot of people don't realize abuse. They block it until they're in their 30s or 40s. And we've seen that with lawsuits against the clergy. So why 18?
Well, 18 is a great starting point, because right now, the way the law is, it favors LA County DCFS. Kids, the law in California right now does not protect kids like Anthony and Gabriel and others, and Noah Quattro. The law in California forces kids who are terrified to report abuse, and oftentimes the abuser is the parent. You're forcing them to try to report this to the county. It's not practical. It's not fair to these kids. These kids, by the way, are terrified to tell anybody that they've been abused, because guess what? Most times the abuser is the parent, and if they tell anybody, they'll get abused more. So we need to have a change in the law. And talking about Anthony being a hero, we're gonna move strong for Anthony's law. That's gonna give kids like Anthony more time, a lot more time, to step forward and report abuse and to get protection from abuse. The way the laws are in California right now, they do not protect these kids from ongoing abuse, molestation, and, like in this case, death.
Do you have a tentative date with this tentative settlement? Will be submitted to the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah, lawyers for the LA County Board of Supervisors told us that they expect the process to take between 60 days, hopefully, but possibly up to 90 days to get approved by the county. There's several channels that the settlement has to go through to reach final approval by the Board of Supervisors, but we expect that final approval will take place between 60 to 90 days. And our trial date, we have a new trial date against this company, Hathaway Sycamore, and that's September 6th. So we plan on going to trial against Hathaway on September 6th. So this case is not over.
So the provider is not part of the settlement. The settlement's just with the county.
Right. The settlement, the tentative settlement we have right now is just with LA County. It's not with Hathaway Sycamore. And that, by the way, that case is really important to this community. That case is important nationwide. Anytime a government entity sends a child who's been abused or molested to an outside mental health agency, That's the other law. We have to have a law that requires communication between the county, LA County Mental Health, LA County DCFS, and the outside mental health agency. If there is no communication between those two, we end up with a dead child.
Sir, would you mind just reiterating the terms of this settlement that satisfies?
Los Angeles County has tentatively agreed to pay $32 million as a settlement. Los Angeles County has agreed tentatively, subject to LA County Board approval, to pay $32 million to the family of Anthony Avalos and the 3 other children who were abused within that home. Our lawsuit against Hathaway Sycamore remains, and we go to trial in that case on September 6th.
The county, in the settlement, is not guilty of anything, or is that the idea of the county?
On paper, I'm sure the county will put in a settlement agreement that they're not admitting any liability. But rest assured, anytime a government entity pays $32 million to settle a case, that implies that they have done something grossly wrong, and in this case, resulting in the death of a happy little boy.
Is Hathaway still working with the county?
Great question. I believe last year Hathaway made $54 million in outside contracts with LA County. So one of the things that bothered us in this case was we learned, by the way, one of the big things we learned in this case was there was no retraining within LA County with social workers after the Gabriel Fernandez death. And shockingly, Hathaway Sycamore conducted no retraining after Anthony Avalos died. I took depositions of Hathaway employees. I was shocked to learn that they're like, oh, nothing changed after Anthony's death. So this lawsuit, this tentative settlement, we believe will bring change in honor of Anthony Avalos. Okay, thank you all for, yeah, sure. No, I fully intend on contacting state legislators, trust me. This is a mission of myself and the family. We will be contacting state legislators. And by the way, to any state legislators out there watching this, please contact me, because we need 3 new law changes in honor of Gabriel Fernandez and Anthony Avalos. And we are going to work feverishly in the coming months to make sure that these laws changed. So litigation oftentimes isn't just about obtaining a monetary recovery for children and families. Litigation often leads to social change, and in this point, legislative change.
Why not put in the settlement these changes that you're seeking other than monetary?
Because these new laws need to be presented by a state legislator and approved by our state legislature. These 3 proposed new laws need to be presented to the state legislator in Sacramento and approved by our state legislator. So this settlement today is putting our state government on notice that they need to do their job as well. These cases teach us how to better protect children so we don't have another child dying. And your state legislators are on notice right now that it's their job to change these laws to better safeguard these kids.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Pardon me? About the parents, you mean? Yeah, I can't. The criminal case involving the mom and boyfriend, I believe, is going to be set to go to trial sometime this year. And I really don't have any comment on the penalty involved with the parents. Right now, today we're focusing Today we want to celebrate the life of Anthony Avalos. Today is a celebration of this happy boy in heaven. Because I will tell you that today in heaven, Anthony Avalos has a smile on his face because he knows that we all went to bat for him. This little boy knows that Anthony Avalos knows that we fought for him for 3.5 years. Nobody wants to see pictures of a dead little boy. But Anthony Avalos is smiling in heaven today because he knows that kids are going to be saved in the future because of him, in honor of him. Thank you.
Good job, bro.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your presence. We had a very robust discussion earlier today within the caucus on two pressing issues that need to be dealt with decisively as it relates to freedom both here in America and freedom abroad. The freedom for a woman to make her own health care decisions, which is being threatened by a runaway, radical, right-wing Supreme Court majority. That's shameful, and we're going to fight, and we're going to fight, and we're going to fight, and we're going to win to protect a woman's freedom to make her own health care decisions between herself and her doctor, not a runaway Supreme Court. And of course, we continue to stand on the side of Ukraine to fight for their freedom in a battle between freedom and tyranny, a battle between democracy and dictatorship, a battle between truth and propaganda. So we advanced a robust aid package yesterday, military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance, to continue to stand with Ukraine against the Russian aggression that is so devastating to the Ukrainian people. But we're thankful for their spirit, their resolve, their resilience, and House Democrats, unlike many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, House Democrats will continue to stand with Ukraine. It's now my honor to yield to our distinguished Vice Chair, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief this morning. I've got two appropriations hearings, and I've got to get to Secretary Fudge, our former colleague, and the others with Secretary Austin and Chairman Milley. House Democrats, as the chairman mentioned, are in shock and frustration over the decision overturning Roe and eliminating access to abortion for millions of women. I've not lived in an America where Roe v. Wade was not the law of the land. For 50 years, it's been a fundamental right in this country for women to have control of their own bodies and to make their own healthcare decisions. I'm deeply concerned that we could see women and doctors jailed for seeking or providing an abortion. I feared that the result of this radical Supreme Court decision would not just hurt women, but it would be a devastating blow to those of us who believe in the rule of law, who believe that there are limits to how much the government can encroach in our personal lives, and who believe in safe and affordable access to care is a basic right. I'll turn it over now to my colleague and fellow Californian and the author of the House bill. She's a leader on these issues for decades and sponsor of the Women's Health Protection Act, Congresswoman Judy Chu.
Thank you, Vice Chair Aguilar, and thank you, Chair Jeffries, for inviting me to join you here this morning. Last week, a bomb was dropped on the American people when the draft decision was released, showing that 5 justices were for ending Roe versus Wade. Immediately, I thought about the millions of women that would be affected, whose choice for their futures would be deprived from them. I thought about our own colleagues, Congressmember Cori Bush, who was 17 when she was raped and had an abortion. Congressmember Pramila Jayapal, whose pregnancy would have ended her life and decided to have an abortion. I thought about Congressmember Jackie Spear, who at 17 weeks pregnancy found that her fetus was coming out of the uterus and decided to have an abortion. I thought about all the women in all 50 states who had this right for 50 years, who would have this choice taken away from them. So that is why I did introduce the Women's Health Protection Act. I could see that this right was being eroded since 2013 by the different states, and now this day has come. The House was ready. Immediately in September, the House passed this bill by 218 to 211. It was the most supported pro-choice bill in the history of Congress. So we passed it in the House. President Biden has said he would sign this bill, but we need the Senate. Thankfully, Leader Schumer has put it on the floor for a vote. We need the Senate to act. We do know there are 49 senators who are Democrats who are for this bill. We do know that there are 2 Republican senators that are pro-choice. We call on them to do the right thing and vote for this bill. But if they do not, I can tell you something. Today is not the end. Today is just the beginning. Today, we start the march towards the November elections. And in fact, today is the start of the galvanization of all women in this country and the men who support them. That's why we will march this weekend in support of abortion rights. We will march for the right to make decisions about our own bodies, and we will march to the polls this November to protect the rights of every person in every state for their right to an abortion.
Thank you, Judy, for your extraordinary leadership at such a critical moment in time for the American people, for women, and for the cause of freedom. I now yield to the distinguished co-chair, a longtime leader in the fight to protect a woman's right and ability, their freedom to make their own healthcare decisions, Diana DeGette.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair Jeffries. The House has done its job, as my colleague Judy Chu said. We, for the first time in 2018, the House had a pro-choice majority. And so when we got a pro-choice Democrat in the White House in 2020, we decided it was time to tell the American public exactly where we stood on making sure that every woman in this country has the ability to make the full range of health care decisions, including an abortion. And so, as Judy said, we were ready. We had been working on this for a long time. And so within days after the Supreme Court's first decision on the Texas case, we brought her Women's Health Protection Act, which would put Roe versus Wade into law for everybody in this country, not just some states. We put it on the floor, and as she said, we passed it 218 to 211. Also, in this last fiscal year, we're working with Chair Rosa DeLauro. We took all of the Hyde restrictions that say there's no public funding for abortion out of the appropriations bills for the first time in history. The House is pro-choice. We have a pro-choice majority, and we need to keep it that way because we need to have a backstop against the extreme legislative efforts that we're going to see. I join my colleagues in saying the Senate needs to pass the Women's Health Protection Act, but if they don't, the House is there, number one, to make sure that these extreme pieces of legislation limiting health care choices don't go through, and to make sure that the people of America understand how very, very, very real the danger is to them. And look, Judy's right. People have assumed for almost 50 years now that they could make their health care decisions. They now know that the radical Supreme Court and the Republican majority has no intention to let that happen. And what we are about to see is a have and have not situation where half the states let women have their full rights and half restrict them. Just the other day, I was in Houston, Texas, and I was talking to a doctor down there. Already, the Texas law has gone into effect, and he told me about a woman who had an unwanted pregnancy, and she wanted to schedule an abortion, but she couldn't do it in Texas. So she waited until she had a previously scheduled trip out of Texas so that she could do it both at the same time. When she got there, it turned out she had an ectopic pregnancy that was pretty far along. And if she had been able to get the care she needed in Texas, she could have taken care of this earlier. But as it was, it was a miracle that she didn't die. It was a miracle that she didn't die. We're going to see millions. We're going to see millions of cases like this if we don't protect a woman's right to her medical treatment, including abortion.
Well, thank you, Representative DeGette. Thank you, Representative Chu, for your leadership. I also want to acknowledge and thank Representative Barbara Lee, who also is a co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, for her leadership. Questions?
Hey, Congressman, to all of you, will there be any votes on any other abortion-related measures, such as protecting exceptions of rape and incest, or contraception, or anything like that? I know the House already passed it, but is there anything else that the House will do?
Well, I'm going to yield to Diana and Judy, but as both of our leaders mentioned, the House has done its job. We're thankful for the vision, the foresight, the leadership of Representative Chu, who introduced this legislation years ago because she saw exactly what was coming. And we were able to move the legislation through the House. We don't want to let the Senate off the hook today. The Senate has a job to do, including senators on the Republican side of the aisle who profess to be pro-choice, who profess to support a woman's freedom to make her own health care decisions, the senator from Maine and the senator from Alaska. Let's see what they do today. And then we'll see what the legislative landscape is that we confront after the Senate weighs in.
We don't have anything to add.
Yeah. Chairman, can I ask you, Representative Chu and Representative DeGette, you both mentioned that you have a pro-choice majority in the House. There are only 49 Democratic senators in the Senate who say that they support the House-passed bill. Is there room in your party? We obviously have two people, Senator Manchin and Representative Cuellar. Is there room in your party anymore for members who are not pro-choice?
Well, I'm going to yield to
You want me to
Diana.
take it?
Yeah.
So over the years, because of their personal religious beliefs, we have had a number of women a number of members of the Democratic caucus who were not pro-choice. And over the years, what has happened after they talked to their constituents, and a number of them, Judy, you've probably talked to them too. I've talked to a number of these folks, and they have searched their souls, and they realized that their public duties to full health care for their constituents, they shouldn't be imposing their personal religious beliefs on their public duties. But there's always room in our party for people who have all different personal beliefs. And it just so happens that these folks are listening to their constituents.
I would just say, look at Senator Casey. Casey has a personal religious belief about abortion, but he has decided he is going to vote for this bill because he knows that this should be a decision made between a woman and her doctor, that this is a private decision, and Senator Casey should not be making that decision for that woman, nor should Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz. It should be a decision made by that woman, and that is what Senator Casey is respecting.
Thank you.
Congressman Jeffries, on Congressman Cuellar, how do you defend to abortion rights supporters your continued support for him, given that he was the one Democrat to vote against the Women's Health Protection Act, and given that it's a Democratic district, he has a pro-choice challenger? Why is supporting incumbents more important than abortion rights?
I have a 100% record when it comes to supporting reproductive freedom, going all the way back to my time in the legislature. I've served in public office for 16 years. My record speaks for itself.
Wondering if you have any reaction to the inflation numbers today, 8.3% year over year and 0.3% month over month. Any thoughts on that?
Well, as President Biden has indicated, we are going to work and focus like a laser beam on dealing with the inflationary pressures that the American people are experiencing in terms of food prices, certainly in terms of gas prices, and every other day-to-day kitchen table pocketbook issue that Democrats work on, Republicans talk about, but do nothing about. And as my grandmother used to say, the proof is in the pudding. And if you look at the Biden record on the economy, he inherited one that was on the brink of complete and total collapse, perhaps an economic circumstance worse than the Great Recession. Had Democrats not acted decisively. But with President Biden's leadership, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Judy Chu, Democrats on both sides of the Capitol, we acted decisively. We passed the American Rescue Plan. We saved the economy, put money in pockets, shots in arms, kids back in school, and laid the foundation for a strong economic recovery. More than 8 million good-paying jobs created during President Biden's first 16 months in office, a record. Fastest rate of economic growth in 40 years. Unemployment down to pre-pandemic lows of 3.6%. Wages have increased for the first time in 40 years in a meaningful way. And all of that was accomplished by also reducing the deficit by more than $350 billion in President Biden's first year. We're on track for a deficit reduction to exceed $1 trillion this year. So yes, there's more work that needs to be done. President Biden has already indicated that we're focused on doing the work, lowering costs for everyday Americans, and Democrats will continue to deliver.
COVID aid package is going to start in the House now after it stalled out in the Senate and was separated from Ukraine. Do you expect that supplemental to be a House Democratic product or a four corners negotiation, and how soon do you think it could get moving to the floor?
Well, I think that question is probably best answered by Speaker Pelosi. We always endeavor to find common ground, have a four corners agreement whenever and wherever possible. Certainly in the Senate, that is necessary in order to get something over the finish line because of their particularized rules. In the House, certainly we always hope that our colleagues will join with us on the other side of the aisle to decisively act to continue to try to crush the COVID virus and end this pandemic once and for all in a meaningful way. But that remains to be seen what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will do. But we certainly will need some form of bipartisan agreement eventually emerging from the Senate. Go back to this side.
The party's been very clear it's important to hold this vote because you want to get everybody on the record, and as Councilman Chu said, it's also a way to show your voters, mobilize them, show that you were fighting back. To what extent do you think holding this vote might have the opposite effect and maybe be demoralizing, because it is a reminder of the limits of your narrow majority?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm going to yield to Judy Chu, who's the champion of this legislation.
I think, if anything, it will galvanize the voters. I don't see it being something that will suppress them. It will activate them more to see how important it is to get involved in the elections, which are just around the corner. And in fact, primaries are occurring all over the place. Already, candidates are being asked about their abortion stand. I've seen a total change in the way the elections are being processed, even as of this last week. And this is on not just the federal level, it's on the state and the local level. In my state of California, they decided immediately to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot to uphold the right to an abortion. So it's changed the landscape totally, and I expect more of these kinds of decisions and changes to go on moving forward. And every candidate now is having to decide how they will answer the question of choice. And it's going to be very, very interesting, especially in the seats that are swing seats.
And I just add, the fight to preserve the constitutional protections that are in Roe v. Wade had been settled law and precedent, even according to many of the now justices who apparently have changed their position. First opportunity they've gotten. This is a fight for liberty. It's a fight for freedom. It's a fight for democracy. And whenever we've been in fights like that in the past, we don't always get the decisive result initially, but you continue to make progress, march toward a more perfect union, and eventually get there. The first time civil rights legislation was brought to the floor was not in 1964 with the 1964 Civil Rights Act. That wasn't the first time civil rights legislation was brought to the floor. There was a concerted effort to build up to that moment, often led by former Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, who tried and tried and tried again. Eventually they got there. Hopefully we can get it done today in the Senate. But even if we don't, it's not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end. It's only the end of the beginning of a fight that we will win to protect a woman's freedom to make her own healthcare decisions. Last question.
Thank you, sir. The Senate on Monday passed unanimously a bill that would provide additional protections to the families of Supreme Court justices amid these protests over Roe. Are you supportive of that legislation, one, and is there a plan to bring it to the floor in the House?
Yeah, I haven't seen the legislation yet. Look forward to reviewing it. Steny did not bring it up today in terms of pending legislation that's before the House this week. I assume the appropriate committee will review it, make their recommendations, decide how to act, perhaps refer it out, and then the caucus will have an opportunity to decide what to do with it then.
Do you think it's justified? Is it merited based on?
I haven't reviewed the legislation, but I certainly think that all public servants, people who step forward, whether you're in the Article 1 legislative branch, the Article 2 executive branch, the Article 3 judicial branch, deserve to make sure that their safety and security, particularly of that of their families, are protected. And so we'll have an opportunity to review the particulars of the legislation. I haven't, but I certainly support the notion that public servants should be protected in the strongest way possible at all times. If anyone believes in that, it's House Democrats, who were almost overrun by a violent mob of insurrectionists on January 6th. If anyone believes in that, it's us. But we'll take a look at the particulars of the legislation and then decide how to act. Thank you, Judy, for your tremendous leadership. Thank you, everyone.
I want to first thank the members. I want to thank Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. I want to thank Mike Johnson, August Pfluger, and also Scott Franklin, who is not here, for their work on standing firm, their strong leadership on this issue, and for inviting me to this press conference today. The President's Ministry of Truth is just an un-American abuse of power. It's a scheme conjured up by Washington Democrats to grant themselves the authority to control free speech. They fear Americans having unfeathered access to information because it will challenge the power that they want to have over people's lives. And we already know what they will do with that control. They will manipulate the facts and discredit the truth when it's inconvenient for their narrative. Just remember what we saw, the Russian collusion hoax. We saw it with the Hunter Biden laptop, when they knew what the truth was and months later they finally wanted to come forward. And we saw it throughout COVID when liberals discredited facts that ended up prolonging lockdowns and school closures. If there is any doubt about this Biden administration intends to exploit this office and manipulate information, you look no further to the person he selected. Spend a moment. Nina Jankowicz. She championed government lockdowns, going as far as saying, force away and lock us down. And she actively worked and spread misinformation that now has been proven false. And they want to put her in charge. This person has no business serving in government, much less given a role to monitor information. President Biden's Disinformation Governance Board must be completely dismantled. Yesterday, we did a PQ on this, and every single Democrat voted against it. They want to create a ministry of disinformation that can go in and dictate to what they think is true and not. It goes to the very core of our country, to the First Amendment. Do they not trust Americans enough that they want to control that much of our lives? We've watched it time and again. Why would they want to control the information? Because they don't want you to know the truth. They don't want you to know inflation we haven't seen since the late 70s and 80s like this. They don't want you to know, really, the truth what's happening in COVID, the mismanagement of what they have done and the deaths that are happening now. They don't want you to know about the crime being rampant, that you've got DAs that won't uphold the law. They do not want you to know what's happening on the border. They do not want you to know that the number one cause of death between those of Americans 18 and 45 is fentanyl, because it's coming across that border. They do not want you to know who else is coming across that border. People on the terrorist watch list, and I can prove it to you. When we were there more than a year ago, it was first discovered that we had caught people on the terrorist watch list, not from Central America, but from Yemen. When we produced that information, you know the first thing that was said to me by a member of Congress, Gallegos, who serves on armed services? He said I was lying, that he has the same information and entitled to the same information as I do. But then when he was given the truth, he never apologized or corrected it. And you know what the administration then did? Said we are no longer allowed to have that information. That's the basis of what they want to create this on. It's un-American, it's wrong, and we will do everything in our power to stop it. And I thank the members behind me who have been working so hard with that. And with that, let me yield it back to you, Loan Bober.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, free speech is under attack here in America. The Biden regime continuously uses different methods to try to silence dissenting voices. All are a coordinated effort to keep power, silence the truth, and prevent people who disagree with them from having a voice. We know that the White House colluded with big tech to censor the American people. We know that the Department of Justice tried to silence moms and dads by calling them domestic terrorists just for having a say in their children's education and attending school board meetings. And we know that conservative journalists have been targeted by federal agencies for simply reporting the truth. And this cannot continue. We're here today to advocate for my bill, the Protecting Free Speech Act, which will terminate the new DHS Department Disinformation Governance Board. Now, the DHS, this is a militant arm of the government. They have enforcement mechanisms for their Disinformation Governance Board. We want to ensure that no tax dollars are used for any similar government overreach. Misinformation has become a rally cry for the left to discredit facts that are inconvenient to their liberal agenda. The Russia collusion hoax, Hunter Biden's laptop, the COVID lab leak theory were all labeled misinformation by big tech until the truth finally prevailed. Meanwhile, the Biden regime has been able to put out ridiculous statements that we all know to be lies. This includes false claims like our southern border is secure. No, in fact, there's a complete invasion at our southern border. More than 2 million illegal aliens coming into our country, some 700,000 gotaways coming into our country, our children dying from the fentanyl that is illegally coming into our country. False claims also that Republicans wanted to defund the police, and that Biden's Build Back Better Act, which the nonpartisan Congressional Research Service estimated would cost $3 trillion over 10 years, somehow cost the American taxpayer $0. You can't really make this stuff up. So now, because the Biden regime is afraid of Elon Musk and free speech, they want to use American tax dollars to fund this new board to continue to silence conservatives. Look, I wouldn't trust Biden and his incompetent misfits to take care of one of my goats. And I certainly don't trust them to be the arbiters of truth. You know who I do trust? I trust the American people. They are more capable of looking at claims, researching facts, making informed decisions. Americans don't need big tech fact checkers or this partisan board silencing free speech like communist China does. I'm calling on Congress to pass my Protecting Free Speech Act, terminate this Orwellian Ministry of Truth, fire Nina Jankowicz, and prevent the Biden regime from silencing the American people. And with that, I would like to turn this over to my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Whip Steve Scalise.
Well, I want to thank Congresswoman Boebert and all of my other colleagues here who are standing up against this attempt to undermine free speech. And we've seen it over and over again from Joe Biden. And you just think about this idea of Ministry of Disinformation coming from the very same people who called parents who wanted to play a role in their kids' education domestic terrorists. What is it that Joe Biden has against people expressing their views if it goes against his far-left Soviet-style radical ideology? That's really what this is about. It's been about government control from the beginning. They want to control what people say. They want to control what people think. They want to control the people's ability to enjoy their own freedoms. You saw it over and over again during COVID. Schools should have been open early off, and the science, by the way, was very clear on that. And yet some of the same people that would be in charge of the Ministry of Disinformation were some of the people trying to keep schools shut down. When the data early off said it's harming kids, it's harming them emotionally, mentally, the learning that they lost, millions of kids that will never catch up because they kept schools shut down. And by the way, it was the Biden administration who changed the science because the union bosses went to him and said they didn't like the CDC guidance that was about to come out. And they were actually able to get the CDC to change the science to conform to what the union bosses want so they could shut down schools easier. Over and over again, my colleague Jim Jordan's going to be talking in a moment as well. We've been calling for a hearing on the origins of COVID for over a year. And Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, all the Soviet-style leaders here in Washington will not let that debate go forward. But again, if we're talking about a ministry of disinformation, do you know it was people in the Biden administration that were saying if you suggested that COVID started in the lab in Wuhan, that you were promoting a conspiracy theory. People in the CDC actually said that. And now when you talk to most scientists who have looked at the genetic structure of COVID-19, they all say it's highly unlikely that it was naturally created from a bat to an animal to a human. It was probably genetically manipulated and more than likely in that lab in Wuhan. So sure enough, more facts are coming out that it very well started in the lab in Wuhan. They still won't hold a hearing on this, by the way. We will when we're in the majority. We'll get to the facts. But some of these very same people involved in this ministry of disinformation were calling it a conspiracy theory to suggest that COVID-19 started in the Wuhan lab, when in fact now more and more science shows it probably did. So again, the very people that are talking about being involved in a ministry of disinformation are themselves the purveyors of disinformation. So I guess if you need to find somebody who's an expert in spreading disinformation, they found the right person, because she has been a purveyor of disinformation over and over and over again. But that's not what the American people believe in. American people believe in free speech. The ability to go out and talk about your ideas, talk about your beliefs, defend them, and let the facts ultimately come out. But if they don't like the facts, they want to shut down speech. And that's not only unconstitutional, it's un-American, and we need to defund it. We're going to continue fighting to get this bill brought up, and I congratulate again Lauren Boebert and all of my colleagues who are going to stand up for free speech and against their disinformation from the Biden administration.
Mr. Whip. And now I'd like to introduce the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Lauren. The biggest purveyor of disinformation is the government. Comey and McCabe told us the dossier was real. Democrats told us in the summer of 2020 that rioters and looters were peaceful protesters. And 51 former government officials in the fall of 2020, in the run-up to our most important election, 51 former government intelligence officials, including 6 CIA directors, told us the Hunter Biden story wasn't true. Now, we know that's baloney because 6 weeks ago, the Washington Post said, oh, it is true. Think about COVID, as the whip was talking about. Joe Biden told us, think all the misinformation we got from the government. Joe Biden said he had a plan. We know that didn't work out. Joe Biden said that he would never impose a mandate. Well, he did, so much so that the Supreme Court had to tell him it was unconstitutional. Dr. Fauci said it didn't come from a lab. Sure looks like it did. Dr. Fauci says it wasn't gain-of-function research. Sure looks like it was. Dr. Fauci said our money wasn't used, American tax dollars wasn't used in the Wuhan Institute of Virology lab. Yes, it was. The head of the CDC said the vaccinated couldn't get it. The head of the CDC said the vaccinated couldn't transmit it. And of course, they've been all over the place. They said no mask, 1 mask, 2 masks, 1 mask, no mask, back to 1 mask. Now we're finally back to normal. They've been all over the place there. And of course, they said that natural immunity wasn't really a thing, even though it's been a thing ever since we've known about viruses for hundreds of years. So just this week, I think it was the Journal did a long piece on the origins of the dossier. And the conclusion was basically it was completely made up, totally made up, out of thin air, just made the whole thing up. I wonder what Nina Jankowicz would have said back when the dossier came out. Would she have said it was disinformation? We now know it was completely made up. What would she say about that? And on we could go. So this thing is ridiculous. Everyone instinctively knows it except the lefties in the Biden administration who are now running our government. Let's hope we end this. Let's hope that Secretary Mayorkas has a little common sense and says this was a dumb idea. and that they disband this Disinformation Governance Board. Now I'll turn it back over to, and I want to thank the sponsor and all our sponsors of the legislation.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Mike Johnson.
Thanks, Lauren. The Disinformation Governance Board is just a surreal idea. And you've heard it described as Orwellian, you've heard it described as dystopian. Let's just put it very clearly, very bluntly, it's unconstitutional. There's a reason that we all jumped immediately upon the announcement of this to file legislation to defund it. I filed a bill, Lauren filed a bill, August did. The entire conference was up in arms because this is un-American. Listen, in America, we are unique. We don't trust government bureaucrats, government officials to determine what is true and acceptable speech. That is an anti-American idea. We don't allow the government to censor and silence viewpoints that it disfavors or dislikes. That's not what we do in this country. I spent 20 years in federal courts before I got to Congress. I was a First Amendment litigator. We would go to court routinely and challenge local officials, on rare occasions state officials. They would try to censor and silence viewpoints they disagreed with. These were slam dunk cases, right? We would win these automatically because it's such a well-established principle of the law. This thing is blatantly, I believe, the idea itself on its face is blatantly unconstitutional. That's why it needs to be defunded. We have no confidence whatsoever that President Biden or the Democrats in charge of Congress are going to dismantle this thing. They should. We're going to do our best to defund it. But the Republicans are going to work every day to stop this because it is a violation of the letter of the law and the spirit of the law and who we are as Americans. That's just as plain and simple as we can say it. I'll turn it back over to Lauren.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. And now I'd like to introduce the chairman of the Freedom Caucus, Scott Perry.
Well, thanks, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Colorado for the bill, and of course I'm a co-sponsor of it. Listen, in grade school, all of us likely have read George Orwell, and not, whether it was Animal Farm or 1984, and we thought, what a fantastically horrific circumstance, but it's fiction. It's fiction, never believing, never imagining that somebody in our government would actually use that as the playbook, as the recipe, as the instruction manual for the United States of America, yet it's right in front of us. And with all the things that the American people have to confront every day in their daily lives, the struggles that they're having right now. If you're a young lady, a new mother with a little baby, wondering if you can, not only if you can afford the formula, because some of that stuff is really expensive, but can you get it? Can you feed your child? Can you afford to go to work? Can you afford to farm? Meanwhile, the president's out telling people that there are going to be food shortages, and our farmers are wondering right now, can they get the fertilizer? Can they afford the fertilizer? Can they afford to fill their skid tank with diesel? And we're talking about this all the time. People come up to conservatives, Republicans, they say, well, you're all about cutting government. That's all we hear from you folks. What would you cut? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I got something that's pretty simple, pretty common sense. Ms. Boebert, the gentlelady from Colorado, has offered it, and almost every single American, left, right, or center, agrees that this is a fool's errand. It shouldn't be funded. This is a ridiculous concept, on the face of it, unconstitutional, as Mr. Johnson has said, un-American, unacceptable in every fashion. And I thank the gentlelady for the opportunity and for leading on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now I'd like to introduce to you my freshman colleague from West Texas, August Pfluger.
I'd like to thank Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Johnson. And, you know, it's sad that we're here. It really is sad that we have to actually say and reaffirm what the First Amendment says to us. It's the First Amendment for a reason. It's the most important amendment. And it protects the speech that makes this country unique in so many different ways. You know what it makes me wonder, and I wish that it's sad that we don't have Democrats here. Sad that we don't have the entire Committee of Homeland Security, which I am a member of, standing up here to talk about what the job of Homeland Security is, and that's to keep our country safe. But it makes you wonder, if you have to form a ministry of truth, what exactly are they hiding? What are they hiding from the American public? Is it 700,000 known gotaways? Is it 100,000 fentanyl deaths? We know that. We know that they're trying to hide that. It makes you wonder what else they're hiding from us in order to spin the narrative. You know, this country, the very founding of this country was on the right of free speech. Like I mentioned, the First Amendment. That's why we're here. We're standing on the side of freedom and free speech. And the Department of Homeland Security, of which Secretary Mayorkas is championing this particular office, was formed after an attack on our free speech. 9/11 was an attack on the First Amendment. It was an attack on the freedom of speech, the ability to have freedom to worship, and that's what DHS was formed on. And so for Secretary Mayorkas to then claim the things that he has said, I'd like to start a ministry of truth for his statements, to come to Congress and to testify in front of us saying that they have operational control of the border, that the border is secure. Let's start with that when it comes to truth and falsehoods. He's completely focused on a diversion away from the truth. And that's why it makes me wonder what they have to hide. It's clear that his priorities are not in line with the security and the safety of every American. They should be focused on securing this country from every threat around the world. You know, our founders set up the Constitution with checks and balances. And one of those is the legislative branch to check the president. That's why we're here today. If you're media, just show of hands today. Anybody want the First Amendment to go away of those show of hands? When you have a ministry of truth in that Orwellian state that Mayorkas and Biden are trying to create, it's going to affect you guys first. This is completely unconstitutional. The government should not be in the business of telling you what your truth is. You have your journalistic standards, and everybody's responsible for what they say. I'd like to see Secretary Mayorkas come back up to Congress to testify in front of us again, to tell the parents of those 100,000 kids that died from fentanyl the truth that he has opened the borders to let those drugs in, and that we don't need to be diverting our attention away from that truth. And again, thank Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Johnson and so many others for standing up for this truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pfluger. And I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Please state your name and the media organization you're with before asking your question.
Congresswoman, I'm David Flynn at Fox News. Thank you. Taking the board out of the mix, because I know you don't like the board, you want to defund the board, do you believe that there is a disinformation problem in the United States? Do you believe disinformation in general is a problem? And if you say yes, what methods do you have to help combat it? What do you suggest if you want to get rid of it?
I do believe that we have a disinformation problem in America, and it starts with our government. The government pushes disinformation on the American people to control what the American people are doing, to lock down our schools, to keep our children out of our schools, to shut down small businesses and not allow them to freely operate. We heard Whip Scalise talk about CDC changing their science, their scientific data to match what lobbyists want it to match, what the unions want it to say. So there is a problem with disinformation, but it's the American people who give government that power, right? Government derives its powers from the American people. We give consent to be governed. And so it's the American people that truly are the arbiters of truth. And they are the ones that need to be able to have that freedom to speak out and hold government accountable, hold the press accountable. How many times do we turn